And if I'm not mistaken, I was probably muted the entire time. What do you think? Yep. I was just saying, I love my technical difficulties. There always seems to be a new one each and every time. I think that they are part of the show, to be quite honest with you. But, yeah, I had it on, I'm using this new software. I had it on an audio setting where I could hear myself, but I didn't realize that me hearing myself means that you couldn't hear me. But, hey, you know how it goes. I could be OCD and start all the way over. Why not? Magus here with LVX777. Now it's official. We're going to be reading chapters 21 and 22. We're going to be talking about Netzach, Qabalah, Tree of Life. We're going to go on a cosmic adventure for a few hours. So grab your highlighter and your book, and we will dive directly into chapters 21 and 22. I hope you guys are having a wonderful night. I hope that whatever it is that you're building, constructing, working on is going smoothly. I hope you're getting paid. I hope that you're healthy. And I hope that you got no drama in your relationships. And if you still have some of those things being worked out, more power to you. Let's aim for the best days. I think Jay-Z or somebody said, may your best days be ahead of you. I don't know. Hey, somebody identify this. 'Cause I don't know who it is exactly. Right now is that we are addressing chapter 22, Netzach, the sphere of Venus, love and beauty and all those wonderful things. The feminine is being celebrated here, and as usual, you might learn something that you did not know before. So that was the intro, and we're gonna dive right into it. Peace to everybody who's here. Peace to Vincent L. Cristol. Peace Lonnie. Peace Susan. Al Dickey. Peace. Aaron Sutherland. Peace. Mystical Koala. Peace. Mad Titan. Peace to you as well. There we go. OA. Peace. All right, I think we're good to go. I think everything is nice and set up. Stimulation 2000, peace. All right, so let's get to it. Part 3. I could have been doing this dual camera thing all along. It just never dawned on me to put it together like this. Oh, good. Everything happens when it's supposed to. Nicole Berkeley. Peace. Okay. Whoops. I dropped a match. All right, let's get started. So, chapter 21, the 4 lower Sephirah. The 10 holy Sephirah, when arranged upon the Tree of Life in their traditional pattern, fall into 3 main horizontal divisions, as well as the 3 vertical divisions of the pillars. The highest of these horizontal divisions consists of the three supernals, which for all practical purposes are beyond the sphere of our comprehension. Okay, remember that, the three supernals. You guys know what she's talking about right there, right? When she talks about the three supernals, she's referencing the three spheres at the top of the tree, namely Kether, Chokmah, and Bina. And like she said, for all intents and purposes, those are beyond our sphere of comprehension. Remember, the mind works in layers, and what she's talking about involves layers that are far removed from everyday average human consciousness. So when she says the three supernals, we're talking about the top of the tree, Kether, Chokmah, Bina. We know this by now, but I'm positive there's a few people who may not. Let's continue. The three supernals, which for all practical purposes are beyond the sphere of our comprehension. We posit them as fundamental principles which must exist if subsequent manifestations are to be explained. They're fundamental principles. So if you guys take a moment to recognize the symbology and the correspondences associated with Kether, Chokmah, and Bina, you know we're talking about primordial masculine and feminine. We're talking about archetypal masculine, feminine, and unity, right? We're talking about those three. Everything in our experience is based upon those fundamental principles, right? So if you reduce everything down to the building blocks of reality, this is where you're going. So if you notice in my last little short video, I had a line that was like, the elementals exist in the physical plane, up to the astral plane, even up to the throne of heaven. And what I chose for the clip of the throne of heaven was atoms spinning around. Because when most people think about going up to these higher planes and going up to heaven or whatever, they think of things getting more complex. They think of some cloud city with streets paved in gold and long bearded gods walking around. But in truth, the higher you go, the more simple it gets. The highest you go, it is absolutely mind-bendingly simple. Like she said, it's so simple it's beyond our comprehension. Imagine that. We're used to things being so complex that it's outside of our realm of understanding. But in truth, it gets way more simple the further up it goes. And it has to. In order for something to be fundamental, in order for something to be foundational, it's got to be somewhat universal, somewhat sturdy. It's got to be able to have other things built upon it. Yeah, Micah says I'm freezing. I hope I'm not freezing. Is the audio and the visual good? Let me know, because it looks fine to me. Cooley High, peace. Garrett Patterson, peace, peace. Let's keep going. So she said that we posit them as fundamental principles which must exist if subsequent manifestations are to be explained. Peace, KP. They represent pure being and the opposing principle of activity and passivity, and they are well described by calling them the supernal triangle. So check this out. She just named it. When she says the supernal triangle, that's three. They represent pure being and the opposing principles of activity and passivity. So check that out. We got pure being, that's going to be Kether. Then underneath it, she said that they're opposing principles, activity, which is Chokmah, passivity, which is Bina. So right there, you've got pure being at the top. Then you've got masculine activity, feminine passivity. Those are the foundational principles of the universe and beyond. Everything that exists here and not here is based on those three simple principles, foundational, fundamental principles. So the higher up you go, right, the most advanced, the further up you go, you're going to get extremely simple, not complex. Check. Sunshine Chick, peace. So please get that in your head. This is super important, understanding Qabalah. The top three spheres of the tree are called the supernal triangle. They represent pure being, activity, and passivity. Number two, the next functional triangle upon the tree. Do I have a picture? I do have a picture, but which one do I want to grab? Well, you guys should have a picture of the Qabalah by now, so be looking at your picture while you listen to this. If you've got this book, hell, just look at the cover of the book. But seeing visuals along with hearing information and thinking about the information is the perfect way to let it sink into your mind. The next functional triangle upon the tree consists of Chesed, Geburah, and Tiffareth. These represent the active principle of anabolism, catabolism, and equilibrium, and might be best described by calling them the abstract triangle. All right, so check that out. The first three, the supernal triangle, we've got pure being, activity, and passivity. The next triangle, you've got anabolism and catabolism, right? Chesed and Geburah, which is building up and breaking down, and then equilibrium in the center. Write this stuff down if you don't know it, because what you're learning here are patterns. Everything is based on this. It don't matter if you're studying African traditions, Native American tradition, Chinese tradition, it doesn't matter. Everything is founded upon this. That's why we're studying it, right? Because if you understand the foundation, you can understand everything else, because everything else comes after this science. Did I say everything comes after Qabalah? No, I said everything comes after this science. What this is teaching is foundational, and there's literally no other system that is exempt from what she's talking about here. That's why I spend so much time on this. So the top three, pure being, activity, and passivity. The next three, anabolism and catabolism and equilibrium, which is basically the building up, the breaking down, and then equilibrium. Now let's continue. That's 6 spheres. We got 4 more, right? We got 4 more, the 4 lower Sephiroth. All these 6 higher Sephiroth we have considered in detail, and we have seen how the 3 supernal principles form the basis of manifestation, and the 3 abstract principles give expression to manifestation. Check that out now. The top 3 form the basis of manifestation. The next 3 form the expression of that foundation. She said the 3 higher are latent, and the 3 lower are potent. Again, please be looking at the diagrams, because she's giving you all the patterns. This is what I always say. This is about patterns, relationships, and relationships of patterns. Patterns of relationships, right? It's not just the patterns. It's not just the relationships, but it's the patterns of relationships too. If we understand these things, we find we have a system for explaining the infinite diversity of manifestations on the planes of form by reducing them to their primary principles. That's what I'm talking about, which renders the relationships between them and the mode of their interaction and development clearly comprehensible. Clearly comprehensible. How many people want this stuff to be clearly comprehensible? Right? Learn the foundations. Clearly comprehensible. Which it never has been and never can be when the attempt is made to reduce all things in terms of form instead of resolving them into terms of force. It's one of the major problems of people trying to understand spirituality today, and they can't hack it because they try to reduce everything in terms of form, in terms of objectivity, right? People can't grasp the spiritual stuff because their foundation is based on their 5 senses. I got to be able to see it, smell it, taste it, touch it, hear it. Well, there's things that are beyond your 5 senses. So if you can't reconcile that information, you're literally stuck in your understanding. You're limited. So that's why we have these higher 6th Sephiroth. This is the spiritual plane. It's not a place made of clouds with spirits floating around. It's a place of, this is why I say algorithms. It's more mathematic. It's things based on function, things that have purpose, right? These archangels, they're not people in robes with wings. They're actually living patterns with functions. You get me? Let's keep going. Number 4, the lowest functional unit on the tree of life consists not of a triangle, but of a quaternary. And this quaternary is said by the Kabbalists to have been affected by the fall. The head of Leviathan rising out of the abyss to a point between Yesod and Tiffareth. Beyond this, it was not permitted to go. And the 6th higher Sephiroth retained their innocence. In other words, the 4 lower Sephiroth belong to the planes of form, wherein force is no longer free moving, but cabined, cribbed, confined, only to be freed by works of destruction. On Instagram today, I saw somebody post a picture of Kali, And, you know, it was this dramatic ass quote about how she's the goddess of destruction, you know, Kali, destruction. Ooh. And I can just think how people are all thinking, you know, probably, why would anyone worship such an evil god? She's about destruction. Oh no. But really look at what was said here on verse number 4. She said, first of all, when we're dealing with this fall, the fall of man, we're not talking about actual people getting kicked out of heaven, right? Because remember, this doesn't resolve into just physical stuff. We're going beyond physical. So we're talking about principles, cosmic principles, mathematical principles, metaphysical principles. So when that fall happened, that means that something changed in these algorithms. Just like if you change the computer code, it affects everything, right? So when she talks about this fall, let's see what she said. She said that the lower 4 Sephiroth, which is Malkuth, Yesod, Had, and Netzach, they were affected by the fall. So that's why she just sat here and described those top 6 Sephiroth, because they were not affected by the fall, at least not as deeply. But the lower 4 Sephiroth, definitely. And these are the 4 Sephiroth that we all have objective first-hand experience with. Let me know if you're following me in the chat. So furthermore, she says that after the fall, the head of Leviathan rises out of the abyss, right? Rises out of the abyss to the point between Yesod and Tiffareth. So look at your tree and see where Yesod and Tiffareth is, right? That represents the astral plane, doesn't it? Malkuth is the physical plane. Yesod represents the etheric plane. Had and Netzach represent the astral. Tiffareth can represent the mental plane. So somewhere up in there between the astral plane and the mental plane, we've got what she's calling Leviathan that has risen out of the abyss and affected all the spheres below Tiffareth. And of course, this is symbolic. There's not a giant lizard out here eating everybody secretly, right? There's not a demiurge up in the sky secretly eating your melanin. You know, let's think about, let's consider this thing. Let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable, Buddha. That's a man, Buddha. Who knows what movie that's from? BET classic. She says that beyond Yesod and Tiffareth, beyond this it was not permitted to go. And the higher 6 Sephiroth retained their innocence. In other words, the 4 lower Sephiroth belong to the planes of form, wherein force is no longer free moving. Force is no longer free moving. But instead it's cabined, cribbed, confined, only to be freed by works of destruction. So those of you who are fans of Bobby Hemmett, you know he was talking about this shit is over. He's talking about when Shiva opens his third eye, Kali coming back. All this has to be obliterated and destroyed. So it's not simply being nihilistic, pessimistic, and wanting the world to end because you're personally upset that somebody hurt you. This is how it has to go. Force and spirit is locked into form, locked into matter now. Trapped. The only way for force and spirit to be freed from matter is if form is destroyed. It's nothing personal, it's nothing emotional. We're not here calling for Kali to come back because we want revenge on people who hurt us and we can't get revenge. It's not about that. It's just, it is what it is. Shiva wakes up, opens his third eye, and everything is reduced to ash. It's not personal. It's not because the world is full of sinners, right? And even with the Bible, you know, God causing the flood, or next time it's going to be fire. None of that stuff is personal. It's just the way it is. Number 5. Tiffareth as has already been seen, is the center of equilibrium of the tree. Equilibrium gives rise to stability, and stability to cohesion. From now onwards, in the descent of life upon the path of involution, we find the principle of cohesion playing an increasingly predominant part, until, in Malkuth, it reaches its apogee. Garrett Patterson asks, is the Kundalini the cosmic change? Well, I would certainly have to ask you to be a bit more clear on what it is that you're asking, but I'm going to assume I know what you're talking about. Is Kundalini the cosmic change? Kundalini is a representative of divine union in the microcosm. So like I said, everything is in layers. The human mind, human existence exists in layers. If we were to chunk those layers down into just 2 layers, we got macrocosm and microcosm. It's a mirror. It's like you standing in front of a mirror looking in a mirror. We can say that the you that is looking would be the microcosm, and the you that you're looking at would be the macrocosm, just for example. Well, if that reflection in the mirror was actually a picture of the cosmos and the universe, the process of unification of matter and consciousness, what she was talking about here with force being liberated from form, let's say that were to happen and you're seeing that in the mirror, well, that will be reflected within the individual as a Kundalini awakening. So nothing out here is like special and separate from anything else. As above, so below. Kundalini awakening within you is a reflection of unity happening and taking place in the universe. That's me assuming that I understood your question. If not, please clarify it a bit more in the chat. Stuffed Dog, peace, peace. Society Ejects, peace. Here we go. Oh yeah, check that out. Getting all fancy here. Watch, soon I'm going to learn how to do special effects. Just you wait. Just you wait. When I get these special effects, it's over for you bitches. I'm not speaking to anyone in specific. I wouldn't call anybody a bitch. That's not really a word that I use in my vocabulary. Just a phrase I saw on the internet. Number 5. Or should I say number 6? We may well conceive that the active principles of the abstract triangle underwent subdivision and specialization in the course of the descent of life through Netzach, and in Yesod attained to a considerable degree of stereotyping by means of which the forms of Malkuth were determined. Keyword right there, stereotyping. What do y'all think she means by that? What do y'all think she means by that? So she says that we may well conceive that the active principles of the abstract triangle underwent subdivision and specialization, right? It went through some subdivision, stuff was changing, and specialization means the stuff that was changing started to become assigned specific qualities. In the course of descent of life through Netzach, basically, as that spirit is going down the tree, it's going from unity and oneness to separation, and it's becoming, like she said, subdivision. It's being divided into different things that gain specific qualities, specialization, right? So that pure innocent life force is now becoming something specific. It's becoming a tree, it's becoming a donkey, it's becoming a hobo, it's becoming a pineapple, right? Notice as it goes down the tree, it becomes specific to something. So imagine what happens as you go up the tree. She said, and in Yesod, it's attained to a considerable degree of stereotyping by means of which the forms of Malkuth were determined. So by the time it gets the etheric plane Yesod, it pretty much is what it is. Now all it has to do is take form in Malkuth. Those of you who are taking my class right now, that should make a lot of sense, right? The patterns in the etheric plane becoming, or I should say, Malkuth conforming to the patterns of the etheric plane. I didn't make that up. She said, once Malkuth, which is the plane of pure form, attained development, the evolutionary stream began to turn back towards spirit. So once it touches Malkuth, it reverses the process, freeing itself from the bondage of form while retaining the capacities acquired by experience of the discipline of form. So people ask, what's the meaning of life? What's the purpose of life? Why incarnate here? What's the point of any of it? Well, the thing is, it's a process. It's a process. It's a developing process. Just like hot dogs have to get processed on the conveyor belt. It starts out as a bunch of random meat sludge, and then they siphon it all into a glizzy tube, Then they pinch it off and put it in a package. Now you got a couple of francs, right? You, cosmic hot dog, come down the tree as a pure spirit, which starts to become stereotyped into something specific. Then you manifest in the physical plane. Then you go back up the tree once your force is released from that form. But the difference is you retain the information gathered. You retain the data accumulated in your manifested experience. You're going back home with something new. She says that once Malkuth, which is the plane of pure form, attained development, the evolutionary stream began to turn back towards spirit, freeing itself from the bondage of form while retaining the capacities acquired by experience of the discipline of form. See, the difference between the pure spirit that comes down the tree versus what goes back up is that when it went down the tree, the pure spirit has no experience of disciplining form. It's just spirit. It has to become contained into a form, and it learns something that it's never known before. The spirit now returns with new data and new information based on its experience within the material plane. She'll explain more. 7. We may conceive, then, of numerous abstract principles of life functioning, becoming clothed upon with form, owing to the influence of the experience of their outward manifestations in the kingdom of form. Or, in the language of the Kabbalists, the influence of the fall is felt by them, and they have lost their innocency. Lance Benefield asks, so we have all the memories from past lives somewhere in our consciousness. Absolutely. And if you go up even higher, you have all memory of all things. Kind of makes you wonder, what's the purpose of falling in the first place? But yeah, as I've shown before on this channel and also in my classes, there's a diagram of memory that I have listed, right? Went through that. There's a diagram that I have listed, and at the top of the diagram is your personal experience today. The next layer is your personal experience of the past 10 years or so. The next layer is the personal experience of your childhood. The next layer is all the information in your genetics, your hereditary, your family. And you keep going, you keep expanding to the point that the lowest layer is what you call God. All the memory, right? If your unconscious mind has all that. And here is why. Here's exactly why. Because you came from that in the first place. It's not like you're trying to experience... it's not like you're trying to reach this new plane of existence that you've never been before. You're simply returning back up the tree where you came from. So just like what she said and taught with Shuti and these other yoga books, siddhis and special abilities and psychic abilities, that's not like this amazing superpower that no one else has. It's a natural occurrence that life is supposed to have, depending on its capacity to utilize it. Most people don't have psychic abilities because they don't need it. There's no purpose in their lives for that. But if you do start to acquire those abilities and unlock those abilities, it's for a reason. And I don't mean like, oh, you're supposed to save the world. I mean, it's for a reason, for your development. There's information that you're supposed to learn in this round of your journey. So, number 8. These considerations give us an insight into the nature of the quaternary of the planes of form, and enable us to tread the middle way between credulity and skepticism in this sphere of illusion, as it has somewhat unkindly been called. The sphere of illusion, she says it's so unkind that we call it that. So she said these considerations, that all that stuff we just talked about as far as those upper 6 spheres and the lower spheres being affected by the planes of form, she says understanding all that stuff, it enables us to tread the middle way between believing the credit of what we're hearing and also being skeptic, right? Between those two things, we can bounce between skepticism and credulity in this sphere of illusion. That's why the virtue of Malkuth is discernment, right? Discernment. We got to know what we can believe, and you got to know what to be skeptic about. That's the real middle path, being able to balance between those two things. Number 9, the great tide of evolving life, which issued as an emanation from Tiffareth, is broken up in Sephirah Netzach as by a prism. You guys have seen that before, right? A beam of light coming through a prism and separating into the 7 colors. Well, it's no coincidence that symbolically is what happens at the realm of Tiffareth. And also symbolically, we have the sun, which gives us light, 7 colors. It's called correspondence. It's not literal, it's correspondence. And notice also how you, angle of light, are symbolically shown with a separation of 7 colors, those chakras, separated as like a prism, into many-rayed manifestation. Whence comes the Yetziratic description of the Sephirah as the refulgent splendor. By the way, those of you who are actually occult nerds, notice the wordage she chose here, many-rayed manifestation. Sounds familiar to, and within the column shines the 6-rayed star. That might be something to chew on for a bit. For about me flames the pentagram, and within the column shines the 6-rayed star. Whence comes the Yetziratic description of the Sephirah as the refulgent splendor. In Had, these multifarious forces are clothed upon with form, and in Yesod, they act as etheric molds for the final emanations in Malkuth. Yesod, etheric. Make sure you ask your teacher for their sources, just to make sure they're not making anything up. CJ, peace. Framestar Films, welcome. Don Solo, peace. Where's my unicorn pen? Number 10. Manifestation in Malkuth completes the outgoing arc of involution, and life turns back upon itself to pursue a parallel course on the returning arc of evolution. Human intelligence develops and begins to meditate upon causation and discerns the gods. We're supposed to do that. I said we're supposed to do that. One of my videos popped up on Facebook. I didn't even realize I had the stuff auto posting to Facebook, because if I knew that I would have turned that off. But anyways, one of the videos popped up about possession, and then I got some Christian comments about how God does not like working with spirits and false gods and all that other stuff. And the more that I learn, and the more that I see the behavior of these people, the more that I see that Christianity is the biggest cult on earth. It is actually a cult. And you have these people coming out, responding the same way that cult members respond. The audacity of you thinking that everyone in the world follows your rules and your paradigms about life, the audacity of you coming to a stranger and trying to force your viewpoint upon them, it's outrageous. Yet, this is how these people have managed to overtake the world. Thankfully, those days are over. But look at what she says here. She says that human intelligence develops. So I guess that didn't happen for those folks yet. Human intelligence develops and begins to meditate upon what? Causation, and discerns the gods. This is what you're supposed to do. That's a sign of evolution and intelligence, that you meditate upon causation. Right? See, animals don't do that. Animals don't sit here and meditate upon where they came from. Animals don't even conceive of gods. They worried about food, they worried about getting the next nut, and they worried about going to sleep. Sounds familiar? The more you learn, the more you start to see life differently. Just because you walk on 2 legs and wear clothes does not mean that you're not an animal. Check. Chickity check yourself before you wreck yourself. Phoenix Wolfette, peace, peace. Mad Bear, peace, peace. Cosmic Flow, God is a jealous God, right? Yeah. So that's a sign of intelligence, being able to meditate upon causation and also being able to discern the gods. Now that doesn't mean you're thinking about people in the sky. Really consider what the word God means to you. What's the definition of that word? And notice how she said discernment. She didn't say blind belief, and she didn't say atheism. She said discernment. See, it's more than whatever you thought it was. With this information, what I love about it is you can't walk in here with beliefs that you already got from somewhere else, because chances are, just looking at the state of this world, information randomly picked up is inaccurate and inefficient. I talked to somebody the other day, and in all seriousness, she said she loves TikTok because this is how she gets her news about the world. Now, I didn't trip so much on her because I understand, but that's a representation and a reflection of a lot of people. This is where we are now, right? Can't be asked to study or read any books, but we can certainly watch a 15-second video and just take it at face value. Gotta have discernment. Got to. Society EJ says the young lady say God is a jealous God, lol. So you're telling me your God has human attributes? Right. That doesn't sound like a God that I wish to serve if he ain't no better than the dude up the street, or should I say in the next room, right? What are we even doing here? If I'm sitting here giving you praise and worship and you know different from my ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, not me, I just mean in general, no different from the next person. We really got to think about this thing. God is a jealous God. What's God jealous of? And see, look at that. If you understand shadow work, jealousy, right? Jealousy. What does jealousy stem from? Insecurity. What kind of God is insecure of another human being, man? Discernment is what Dion Fortune said. Discernment. Be it noted that primitive man has never achieved monotheism in a single stride. He has always conceived of causation as multiform, and it has required many generations of culture to reduce the many to the one. 11. This brings us to the great question, which might almost be called the dweller on the threshold of occult science. There's another phrase she threw out there, those of you who are occult nerds. The dweller on the threshold. The horror which confronts every adventurer into the unseen, which unites in itself the functions of the Sphinx and asks a question of the soul upon the answer to which hangs his fate. That's a scary sight. Sphinx in the cut, that's a scary sight. Shall he be condemned to wander in the realms of illusion? Shall he be turned back onto the planes of form? Or shall he be permitted to pass on into the light? The question is, do you believe in the gods? Listen, see, that right there is what gets people tripped up. So in your head, you think that you're drifting off in the astral plane and you see this dweller on the threshold and you're faced with this scary creature and he asks you this question, and if you don't answer it correctly, you're doomed into an eternity of illusion. It's not like that. These things are symbols and metaphors of a spiritual experience. You meet that dweller of the threshold all the time, but the thing is, you don't pass that test all the time. You're often turned around. You're often turned back to try it again, frequently. And being cast off and lost into this realm of illusion is the everyday world. And on your phone, going to work, dwelling with people. The doom of being trapped in illusion is right here already, right? So until you come to understand what this higher aspect of self is trying to teach you, you remain lost, wandering in a circle. Beautiful how the system works. So while you're looking for this giant holy guardian angel or sphinx-like creature dwelling on some random threshold somewhere to ask you a question that all of fate hangs upon, while you're looking for that specific scenario, it's happening to you constantly, and you keep missing it. Cooley High says, what does Leviathan symbolize? I want you to give me some guesses. Matter of fact, don't even guess. Use some of your correspondences and tell me what you think Leviathan symbolizes. Hello! Poison ivy. Poison ivy. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum, bum. Love it. So, the dweller on the threshold of occult science, the horror which confronts every adventurer into the unseen. Look, if you've ever adventured out to the unseen, right? If you're a regular on my channel, chances are you adventured out into the unseen at least 10 times this week. And it's Monday, right? Look what she said. The horror which confronts every adventurer into the unseen. That means you. Which unites in itself the functions of the Sphinx and asks a question of the soul upon the... Look, asking the soul. So you don't even consciously cognize when this happens. Questions the soul upon the answer to which hangs his fate. Shall he be condemned to wander in the realms of illusion? Scrolling through TikTok endlessly, believing what you see without question. Being afraid of a jealous God. Shall he be turned back onto the planes of form? Back to work, 9 to 5, clock in, don't be late. Or be threatened with that third write-up. How many of y'all got that third write-up hanging over your head? I remember that third write-up. I think every job I ever had, I had that third write-up hanging over my head for years. Well, you know, if you don't do such and such, we're going to have to write you up. And you know what happens after the third write-up? How many of y'all got that third write-up hanging over your head? Or shall he be permitted to pass on into the light? Right? And again, that don't mean death. That means you now step into a realm of better understanding, deeper understanding, more comprehensive understanding. Doesn't mean this isn't like all life and death stuff here. When you're able to break this stuff down into everyday life, it starts to make more sense. The question is, do you believe in the gods? If he answers yes, guess what's going to happen? So say that happens. Do you believe in the gods? Yes. He will be a wanderer in the plains of illusions. For the gods are not real persons as we understand personality. Y'all, that's a big issue. A lot of people, even though they say they don't, they bring that Christianity with them into spirituality. And they're thinking that these deities are people somewhere. People off in the distance having experiences with you. Right? And if that's what you believe, you're still dwelling in the plains of illusion. That's where you're dwelling. Because you're going to think, oh, I did something to piss Oshun off. I did something to make whatever god or goddess upset. Or I made them happy, so now they're doing this for me. Now they're blessing me. You see, oh, God's a jealous God. It's the same thing we just talked about with the Christians. They're attributing human personalities to God, right? Are you doing the same thing? Before we cast judgment on these smooth brains, make sure that you don't also qualify. What did Jesus say? Somebody gave me the quote where he said, judge not lest ye be judged. The same criteria you judge these folks with, make sure that you don't have a plank in your eye, so to speak. Check. So, for the gods are not real persons as we understand personality. If he answers no, right? This don't save you. Check this out. If you answer no, he will be turned back at the gate, for the gods are not illusions. So don't think you won just because you said, nah, the gods ain't real, right? Because both of those are misunderstandings. You see how this works? It's not like some fateful event in the astral plane. This is literally happening every second of your life until you get it right. What then shall he answer? Number 12. The intuition of a poet has given us the answer. Pay close attention to this. For no thought of man made gods to love and honor, ere the song within the silent soul began, nor might earth in dream or deed take heaven upon her, till the word was clothed with speech by lips of man. What does that mean? What does that mean? Kundalini Arohanam. Kundalini Arohanam. Focus now on the perineal region, the region of Muladhara. Peace, Al Dicky. What's good? What's good? Society Eject says, and why beholdest thou the mote that is in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye? Eggs Blackley. Matthew chapter 7 verses 1 through 3. And all them Christians that was coming for me in the comments, I promise you I know the Bible better than each one of them. Guaranteed. Cosmic Flow says, aren't deities just a form of the collective unconscious energy patterns? You know it. Timon, peace and welcome. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. Thank you, Stuffed Dog. Stuffed Dog says, it means we make the gods through our thoughts and worship. Excellent. See, I gave y'all a chance to process it. Now let's continue. 13. Therein we have the clue to the riddle. The gods are the creations of the created. Check. The gods are the creations of the created. They are made by the adoration of their worshippers. It is not the gods that do the work of creation. This is done by the great natural forces working each according to its nature. The gods come in their procession after the swan of the Empyrean has laid the egg of manifestation in the darkness of the cosmic night. Or as we know from Tabashuti, the golden egg called the Hiranyagarbha. Hiranyagarbha. Let me highlight that, because this time around I've got a deeper understanding. I'm going to highlight this. It is not the gods that do the work of creation. This is done by the great natural forces, capitalized natural, working each according to its nature. I know we all want to see lightning bolts and cosmic explosions and all that hot shit, but I gotta bust your bubble. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it too much more. Magic is natural. It's not Hollywood. This stuff is natural. It's psychology, it's metaphysics, but it's not television. Matthew Watson, peace, bro. Matthew Watson says, Batman is cold and they got your boy Andros Owlman in that Justice League movie. Funny you should say that, because I think the YouTube algorithm is really good. I just started looking at Owlman, and Paulo Sol and I have been working with Andros a lot, so we've got a lot of symbolism popping up, and one of the symbols is a white mask, right? And like, I found a picture of Owlman. I didn't even know there was an Owlman versus Batman, and he's got like a bunch of those specific white masks behind him, and I sent that to her, and I'm like, what the hell is this? So yeah, that one little video popped up. I sent it to you. I didn't know who that person was that turned really old. I figured you might know, but yeah, Batman is something else, man. Al Dickey says, man, I tried to explain part of that to someone, and they wanted to turn me into the devil themselves, and was backing away like lightning was coming. Yeah, man, these folks be acting real funny. Total Victory Ministry says, in Exodus 25, the jealousy of God is a metaphor of his supremacy and karma. Pagan gods also have all human attributes. Both are exoteric doctrines of profanity, veiling the truth. Yes, and the important thing to understand here is it's not the text that's the problem. It's the people using the text that's the problem. Because even though what you said is correct, the people that read the text don't understand that. So they take the word jealous and apply the definition that they have of jealous. All right? So the problem isn't the text. The problem is the individuals. So just like anybody else could take any god and say that it's a jealous god with personal, because I just said this. If you bring your Christian mindset to any other spiritual pantheon, you're going to be having the same issues, thinking that your metaphysical representation of deity is human. That's the issue, not the text, the individuals. Good try though, I'll give you that. At least you came with some text. Naturally natured, peace. Anna Molly, always good to see you. Matthew Watson says, yeah, that alternate Flash is named Johnny Quick. Ah, I see. Total Victory Ministry says, exactly, Trav, they don't understand. Real Christians are not forcing anything on anyone, just like Jesus does not. Peace to you. I am in agreement with you there, bro. I am in full agreement. Alright, it sounds like you watched my channel. You know I ain't got no beef with Christianity whatsoever. What did Marilyn Manson say? He said, I never really hated the one true God, but God, oh, the people I hated. But God, oh, the people I hated. I don't hate people either, but I do understand human nature. Al Din, peace. All right, let's keep moving because we got a ways to go. Where are we at? We're on number 14. The gods are emanations of the group minds of races. They are not emanations of Eheye, the one and eternal. Another reference to phrases used in the lesser vanishing of ritual. The gods are emanations of the group minds of races. They are not emanations of Eheye. Remember that, because what I talked about a little bit earlier was how the higher up you go, it gets very simple. At the top of the tree, at the top of the cosmos, there are not a bunch of gods sitting around a damn table looking at humanity. That's still very low on the tree, close to Earth, close to human mind, close to human comprehension. What's actually happening at the top of the tree, Eheye, which translates to I am that I am, there is only unity. That's the top of the tree. So that there's not a bunch of gods up there. It's extremely simple. It's so simple that we can't even comprehend what's going on. The one and eternal, right? So the gods are the emanations of people. Nevertheless, they are immensely powerful. Don't get it twisted now. That changes nothing. All that changes is the understanding of what we're dealing with. Don't get it twisted. Nevertheless, they are immensely powerful because by means of their influence over the imaginations of their worshippers, they link the microcosm with the macrocosm. You hear me? So don't get it twisted now. Just because Mickey Mouse is a Disney cartoon character, just because, you might not believe in Jesus or the Christian God, or just because a couple of voodoo practitioners, whatever. It depends more on the imagination of the user. I know plenty of Christians who've manifested miracles. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it enough to realize that the problem was not the Christian God, it's the individuals. I'll read that again because it's worth reading again. The gods are emanations of the group minds of races. They are not emanations of Eheye, the one and eternal. Nevertheless, they are immensely powerful because by means of their influence over imaginations of their worshippers, they link the microcosm with the macrocosm. How many people had results with the 10K ritual? For by meditation on the ideal of beauty of Apollo, the soul, Apollo soul, get it? For by meditation on the ideal beauty of Apollo, the soul of man is open to beauty in general. Speaking of which, we're about to get into that in the chapter about Netzach. Poison ivy, poison ivy. She's crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum, bum. Society Eject says, yo, high key, imagination of their worshippers, imagination versus visualization, right? If y'all watched my last video, you'll see there's relevance here. And by last video, I mean my last live stream, imagination versus visualization. Important thing to consider. 15. As man has analyzed life and discerned factor by factor its prime motives, he has apotheosized them. Because man in all parts of the globe has found that the same needs and motives actuate him, he has evolved comparable pantheons. That right there is why across different cultures you'll see the same gods. Across different cultures you'll see the same types of gods. Why is that? Because man has the same needs. We're not that complex. We all got the same desires, and I bet you can name 3 of them just without even thinking about it. We've all got the same desires and needs. That's why we've all got the same kinds of gods. Oh, but you got to be initiated. Notice how the more that you start learning about this stuff, a lot of those things that you blindly believed in the past start to not hold water, right? Why should you have to be initiated to work with a deity that every human being has access to? There's other reasons for initiation, but not because you can or cannot work with a specific deity. So don't let anybody in the little comments tell you that, oh, well, you're not Hispanic, so you can't work with Santa Muerte. Maybe that applies to you, but it don't apply to me whatsoever. There you go. Stuffed Dog said breath, food, and ass. Right? You can name 3 or 4 of them just off the top of your head without thinking about it. And guess what? There are gods for each one of those things. Hoth, Thor's rose, peace. Because man in all parts of the globe has found that the same needs and motives actuate him. Makes him move. It's a lot of stuff. I think we all have this too. Right now, you can say something that you should be doing. Oh, I should really get to that garage and straighten that up right now. Oh, I should really go and do this. I should go cut the grass. I should, right? It's a lot of stuff that you keep saying you should do for days, weeks, months, hell, maybe even years. I should go back to school and finish my XYZ, right? But then there's a few things that you get up off your ass and do immediately, right? So think of a scale. Maybe you can draw a scale yourself or just look at it. On one side of the scale, put, oh, I really should, I really ought to, oh, I need to. And then put stuff that's, I got to do this right now, right? So if you look at that scale, and let's say that you could imagine that those needs are gods, you'll immediately see which ones are more powerful. Why are they more powerful? Because they actuate you, right? They actuate you. Trying to think of a good example. I don't know. If your card got frozen because you had to go do something, well, that deed is going to make you get off your ass immediately and go fix it, right? Because you got bills that need to be paid, etc., etc. But the god of cutting the grass, he might not be so powerful. He might need some help, right? He might need some help. All right. Because temperaments differ, he has evolved as different pantheons as the bloodthirsty fiends of Mexico and the radiant beings of Hellas. 16. We may ask ourselves then whether the gods are wholly subjective, right? I get this question literally every 3 or 4 months. So are the Goetia just in your head or are they real? That's like an extremely popular question. Or not Goetia or even demons. Are they just in your head or are they real? Over and over and over again. Check this out. We may ask ourselves then whether the gods are wholly subjective, whether they live solely in the imaginations of their worshippers, or whether they have an independent life of their own. And that's a good question, right? It's fair. We all have asked that question. The answer to this question is to be found in a fact of occult experience, which cannot be explained by what we know of natural science, but which has to be taken for granted by every practical occultist before he can obtain results. In fact, one might say that the results he obtains are in proportion to his faith. for it becomes true for him as soon as he believes in it. Dion Fortune, what are you saying here? You mean that it's not the color candle that I choose? You mean it's not the sigil? You mean even if I scribble the sigil incorrectly? You mean I don't need to get that crystal? You mean I don't have to pay $6,000 to get initiated into the African religion so they can slay a goat for me? You mean the person in my inbox that said, "Beloved, I'm here to give you a reading"? I don't need to do that? The results he obtains are in proportion to his faith. I mean, what's the Bible verse for that? Isn't there a Bible verse for that? For it becomes true for him as soon as he believes it. That happened with the centurion, right? When that Roman came all the way to find Jesus personally, and he was like, "Look, my best servant, my best slave is sick and about to die. I heard that you perform miracles, man. If you could just come back to my place and heal my best slave, I will give you all the money you need." Jesus said it happened as soon as you believed that I could do it. By the time the centurion got home, his best slave was healed and ready to get back into the field and do some more slave work. Oh, you gotta love those Romans, man. They're so, what's the word? Such humanitarians. All right, back to it. The results he obtains are in proportion to his faith, for it becomes true for him as soon as he believes in it. By your faith you are healed. This fact is that only a very small proportion of the existing mind stuff of the universe, whatever that may be, is organized into the brains and nervous systems of sentient creatures. The vast mass of what, for want of a better name, we call mind stuff, because that is its nearest analogy among known things, is free moving upon what occultists call the astral plane, organized into forms within itself, but not necessarily to matter. Let me read that again. The vast amount of what we call mind stuff is free moving upon what occultists call the astral plane, organized into forms within itself, but not necessarily to matter. This is why Travis has a bunch of Funko Pops and sigils and a bunch of things all over his altars everywhere, because that free-flowing mind stuff is actually concentrated into specific patterns around my atmosphere. I don't just have random stuff floating around for any old smooth brain to dictate. No, take advantage of that mind stuff. Take advantage of that mind stuff. Framestar Film says your faith becomes your facts. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Stuff Dog says, if you want to know which gods are the most powerful, think about the things you can't live without the most or the longest. God of air is the more important and powerful than the god of water. There you go. There you go. So just out of respect and love, you should be giving thanks to the elemental spirits of air. I mean, all of them really, because all of them compose your existence, your being, not just in the physical plane. You primarily have earth elementals in the physical plane, but guess what? As soon as you cross over to that etheric plane, it is primarily run by water elementals. Or am I spilling too many secrets? I think I'm supposed to save that for the class tomorrow or Thursday. Cosmic Flow says, can you build an internal mental altar? I give you permission to build an internal altar. Do what thou wilt. Test it out and see. Test it out and see. Because that's how this goes. Look at what she just said. This is all about this mental mind stuff, which means that there is a degree of flexibility here. And that degree of flexibility has to do with what you are willing to put into practice. Like all the things I do don't come from a book. A lot of it does, but most of what I do comes from trial and error and experimentation. And by the way, those of you in the class who are engaging in the 10K ritual, We're experimenting with a new method if you want to be one of the first people to try it. Take your intention, or maybe even write it into a sigil and put it in a very small piece of paper and fold it up real tight, small as you can, and place it into a spider web and then leave it there and see how that has an effect on your ritual. I think I'll write it out on the website, but you guys heard it first, but only people who are in the class. Where we at? The vast mass of what we call mind stuff is free moving upon what occultists call the astral plane, organized into forms within itself, but not necessarily into matter. Different occultists refer to this free mind stuff by different names. Madame Blavatsky calls it Akasha. Oh, look at that. I found this badass Akashic meditation. Actually, Gator sent it to me. I'll post it on the website, but it's a really cool Akashic Vedic mantra chant. I've been listening to it all day long. I love it. Madame Blavatsky calls it Akasha. Eliphas Levi calls it the reflecting ether. Reflecting. Netzach represents the force aspect and Had the form aspect of this Akasha. Oh, so you're telling me that Netzach and Had have a correlation with the Akashic element? Now it's getting real spicy. I wrote here etheric patterns for verse number 17. Let's see what 17 says. Out of this mind stuff are formed the molds of all forms, and within these molds are built up the framework of etheric stresses that function in the sphere of Yasad, and within which are held the molecules of matter which form the body of manifestation on the physical plane. Out of this mind stuff are formed the molds of all forms. That means everything that is with a form came out of the prototype that was formed in the etheric plane, right? And within these molds are built up the framework of etheric stresses that function in the sphere of Yasad, and within which are held the molecules of matter which form the body of manifestation on the physical plane. It's almost like a cosmic cookie cutter. 18. Normally these forms are built by the cosmic consciousness expressed as natural forces, functioning each according to its nature. But as consciousness began to develop in the creatures of the Creator, it exercised its function in varying degrees upon the astral mind stuff which, by its nature, was amenable to the influences of consciousness. Consequently, the thought of man made gods to love and honor. So basically, we've got these forms that are being built by cosmic consciousness, expressed as natural forces, right? And they're all functioning through nature as they're supposed to, doing what they're supposed to do. Now here's the trump card. Here's the monkey wrench. That fifth element, Akash, consciousness, it began to develop in the creatures of the Creator. Adam and Eve now suddenly talking to snakes. It exercised its function in varying degrees upon what? Upon the astral mind stuff. Check that out now. The astral is above the etheric. So what she's saying here is that the physical plane was created by the patterns in the etheric plane, but because the complexity of the design of the whole system was starting to increase, now it started to make way for consciousness to develop. And because that happened, we're seeing that actually has its effect in the astral plane. So we keep moving up planes the more that we evolved, from physical to etheric to astral, right? And what I'm saying here is awareness of these planes is starting to develop. They're all there. They've always been there. But what she's talking about is evolution, the process from matter back up to spirit. So it exercised its function in varying degrees upon the astral mind stuff, which by its nature was amenable to the influences of consciousness. The astral mind stuff is influenced by consciousness. Consequently, the thought of man made gods to love and honor. Man made gods to love and honor. That's literally human individuals utilizing that astral mind stuff to allow himself to expand. Why did we create the gods? Not just to make an excuse for nature, but as a tool for us to expand. There's things that the human mind can't comprehend of, but we can create creations that can comprehend it for us. Who's listening to that? Who heard what I said? Who's putting that into practice? These forms, once built, become channels of the specialized forces they were designed to represent, concentrating them upon their worshippers. In this enlightened sense, initiates not only believe in, but adore the gods. Look, man, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about as far as, oh, I'm going to create my own god and I'm going to make a servitor and all this other stuff. I mean, you know, do what you got to do. But I just want to know if it works. Does it work? Look at what was said in this chapter, but definitely verses 16, 17, and 18. This is how it works. You don't just make up a god and just, oh, I made up a god about whatever. There's more to that. More goes into it. You got to make sure that you're dealing with all the planes, right? Because like I said, we didn't just make up gods to explain something that we don't understand. These deities were created so that we could conceive of and grasp things that were beyond our comprehension. I mean, you just got to be real with it. There's stuff that you don't comprehend. There's stuff that I don't comprehend. But that doesn't stop me, because I can just as easily create something or come into an awareness of something that can grasp it for me and translate it into a language I can understand. If you were here for the last chapter, Tiffareth, or if you read Tiffareth and understood what it was saying, that's what happens at that sphere, right? God walked among man, or through me you get to the Father. It wasn't literal. When we're talking about this Christ concept, we're talking about dealing with something that is beyond us, but it's also within our range. And because we're in the proximity of that thing, we have access to what that thing has access to. That's why Christ is the middleman. Christ represents a being who is connected to the Most High. And because of our connection to him, we have connection to the Most High. All of these spirits and gods and entities work like that. Nothing to do with your emotions, nothing to do with your desires. These are tools. These are algorithms. These are patterns. These are relationships and patterns of relationships. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Does this make sense to you? Are you understanding this in a better way? Let me know. As we now move to chapter 22. I know somebody's listening. And I also know somebody's not. Gotta have balance, right? Hello! Poison ivy. Poison ivy. Look, man, by the end of this thing, by like next year, you should be so fluent with this stuff, like you shouldn't have to be watching any YouTube video. You should be able to do all this stuff just off rip, just because, right? And that's what I want for you. That's what I want. I don't want you tethered to me forever, like a baby to a breast. No, I want you to understand this stuff and expand so that you don't need anybody to tell you what to do. Because, I mean, just to be quite selfish with it, if you learn, that means I'm learning more. So if you expand, by default, I expand as well. We expand together. This ain't the end. This is just the beginning. Because just imagine actually understanding the science to the point that you can just have a desire, like, bam, I need to get such and such done. And you know exactly what to put together in your mind, and you create that thing, you execute that thing, and it provides you results, right? You didn't need to pay nobody, you didn't need to consult with them. You just did it and it worked. Imagine what now becomes available to you in life. That's literally what magic is. Not lightning bolts from fingertips, not making shit float. As bad as you want to shoot fireballs at your fingertips, for what purpose? Why? Why you gotta do that? But causing reality to bend right? And when I say bend, I mean what you want is over here and you over here, and you can't reach it. So you make reality bend so that now you can grasp it. When you're able to do that, now think about what kind of things are available to you in life. Now what can you do? There are no enemies, because you can just bend them out of the way until they break. Okay, speaking of break, I'm going to take a quick break. Don't leave. I'll be right back. Starbucks on demand. Okay, we're looking good here. Eventually I'm gonna have to upgrade this camera so it isn't blurry. I mean, it's good, I'm not complaining, but all things should evolve. Otherwise, why exist? Poison ivy, she crazy as a daisy. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Ooh, shut up. She gone like a rose. Bomb, bomb, bomb. It's the real deal. All right. What's my battery looking like? Oh, steady dying. Even though I have my phone plugged in, I guess this live stream is like too much power because it's just slowly dying. Hopefully we can get this through before it completely dies. How long have we been going for? 1.5 hours? Okay, so I might have another 1.5 hours. Dub VT, peace, peace. Alligator the Greater, peace. The Magical Magician, peace. Good to see you guys every time. Every time. Okay, so we are about to jump into Netzach, chapter 22, Venus. Think about everything that you know about Venus according to the occult, and be open to receive some new things. Peep the correspondences, right? Remember, it's all about the correspondences. When it comes to you actually utilizing these principles, that all deals with correspondences. All right, so pay attention to all that. Let me know. I did turn the music up. Let me know if it's too loud. Rack bar. Chapter 22, Netzach. Title, Netzach, Victory, Nun Zadi Cheth. I knew somebody was going to say it. First it was booty. Now we got nutsack. Come on, guys, we have to be serious. Magical image, a beautiful naked woman. Excuse me, a beautiful naked woman. So that shouldn't be too hard to get a correspondence of. Situation on the tree, at the foot of the Pillar of Mercy. Alligator says those are correspondences. Right. Yetziradic text, the seventh path is called the occult intelligence, because it is the refulgent splendor of the intellectual virtues which are perceived by the eyes of the intellect and the contemplations of faith. The title given to Netzach, firmness. God name, Jehovah Sabaoth, Lord of Hosts, sometimes read as Jehovah Sabaoth, like in Ladder of Lights. Archangel, Haniel, Grace of God, sometimes Uriel. And then there's also a third archangel I've seen for Netzach. Order of Angels, Elohim, gods. Mundane chakra, Noga, also known as Venus. Spiritual experience, the vision of beauty triumphant. The vision of beauty triumphant, hence victory. And remember what was said in Ladder of Lights. It's not so much victory like you just whoop somebody's ass. It's more of victory over nature, victory over the universe, victory over the forces that used to control you. Like, imagine being somebody who has no self-control. And once you finally learn how to master your body and master yourself, and it's that kind of victory. That victory of no longer being addicted to certain substances. The victory of being able to hold your tongue at appropriate moments, right? The victory of no longer just telling your whole life story to every stranger you meet, right? Being able to overcome yourself and nature, that kind of victory. The virtue is unselfishness. I love that. The vice, unchastity, lust. I don't love that so much. Correspondence in the microcosm, loins, hips, and legs. Symbols, the lamp and the girdle, the rose. Poison ivy. The tarot cards associated with Netzach, the 4 sevens. So the 7 of wands, that means valor. The 7 of cups, that means illusory success. The 7 of swords, unstable effort. The 7 of pentacles, success unfulfilled. The color in Atziluth, amber. The color in Bria, emerald. That's the one we're used to. The color in Yetzirah, bright yellowish green. The color in Asaya, olive flecked with gold. Isn't it interesting how when we meditate upon these spheres of the tree, we focus on the particular color to symbolize the correspondence of the influence of that particular plane. Understand the colors of these spheres and the different trees. It's about correspondence and working with whatever particular level of creation. It sounds complex, but once you get the symbols organized in your mind, you'll start to know what you're doing. Verse 1. Netzach, the sphere of Venus, is best understood by contrasting it with Hod, the sphere of Mercury, these two representing force and form on a lower arc, as has already been seen. Netzach represents the instincts and the emotions they give rise to, and Hod represents the concrete mind. So remember what was said previously about the Hermetic path and the Orphic path. I mentioned before that the Orphic path and people who follow along that path, they're more on the side of Hod. And then people who are, the Hermetic path, Hod. And people who are on the Orphic path, you'll find more of them working along the side of Netzach. So look at what she just said here about Hod and Netzach. People on the Orphic path, they're going to be represented by the instincts and the emotions that the instincts give rise to. People on the Hermetic path, Hod represents the concrete mind. This is why we're always in these books. This is why we're always experimenting, and we call it occult science, right? In the macrocosm, they represent two levels of the process of the concretion of force into form. In Netzach, force is still relatively free-moving, being bound only into exceedingly fluid and ever-shifting shapes, as in Hod, taking on for the first time definite and permanent form, though of an exceedingly tenuous nature. Tenuous nature, maybe think of how, like, whenever you crack open an egg, and like that white yolk, it's still liquid, but it's like together, it's solid. Like if you try to pick it up, it's all coming up. That's like a tenuous nature. So when you think of the lower astral plane and the etheric plane, think of like egg white. Like when you crack that egg open and you notice how even though it's liquid, it's still kind of stuck together a little bit. It's got a little bit of form. The yolk, it's still a circle-ish, but it's still a fluid, right? That's the tenuous nature of the etheric and the astral plane. Runny eggs. That's why I used the egg as an example previously. Previously on X-Men. In Netzach, a particular form... Well, let me read it again with that new visual of the egg. In Netzach, force is still relatively free-moving, being bound only into exceedingly fluidic and ever-shifting shapes, and in Hod, taking on for the first time definite and permanent form, though of an exceedingly tenuous nature. In Netzach, a particular form of force represents itself as a type of beings, flowing backwards and forwards over the boundaries of manifestation in an exceedingly elusive manner. Such beings have no individualized personalities, elementals, but are like the armies with banners that can be seen in the sunset clouds. So picture, like, in your mind, an army of spirits on the horizon marching towards you, and they got their clouds and their banners held high. You can't pick out any individual faces, but you can see that it's a lot. It's a legion of spirits marching towards you, right? You can tell that it's like a bunch of them, but you can't tell how many, and you can't pinpoint any specific ones out. That's a great metaphor of what's happening with Netzach. Also understand that I can't help but spill the beans. The Goetic spirits and the Shema Mephroth spirits are associated with Hod for a reason. They're associated with Mercury. So their legions are associated with Netzach. I wonder why this could be and what that could mean. In Hod, however, individualization into units has taken place, and there is continuity of existence. All mind is group mind in Netzach, but in Hod, the human mind has its beginnings. All right, are you guys getting a picture here? It's not clear, it's very abstract, but at least you're able to kind of grasp how things are flowing. Because check that out, in the physical plane, things are how it is. It's very solid. It appears very solid. It appears very slow, and things appear to be set in their ways. Now, this is life in Malkuth. Dealing with life in Hod, it's more like that slimy white egg, where it's kind of this, but like it's not really solid. It's very fluid and flowy. In Netzach, it's very much liquid, and you might be able to see the colors, right, of black and brown, but it's almost like a misty cloud meshing into other stuff. Like, all of this would be fluid. Like, this whole room, this whole space would just be this cosmic soup, right? All mind is group mind in Netzach, but in Hod, the human mind has its beginnings. I hope you're able to get a visual of this. I hope you're able to really kind of put this into your own mindset. Number 2, let us now consider Netzach itself, both in its microcosmic and macrocosmic aspects, bearing constantly in mind that we are now in the sphere of illusion, and that what is about to be described in terms of form are appearances as represented by the intellect to itself and projected back into the astral light as thought forms. Stuff Talk says this would be the host of the Lord. Absolutely. That's what they mean when they talk about the heavenly host. You're exactly right.
I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, so that no wind will blow on any tree or any living thing.
Society Eject says, so the stereotypes will come from Netzach. That's when things start getting more and more clearly defined. Like I mentioned, Netzach would be a lot like a cosmic soup, where the ingredients are in there for sure, but it's almost like a reverse soup, right? Malkuth might actually be all the different ingredients before they're added, right? Yesod, that might be you organizing everything in the recipe, maybe even some prep work of chopping up the onions and spices. Hod is when you start putting stuff onto the skillet and all the pots, heating it up. Netzach is when everything's blended together. By the time you get to Tiffareth, that's more than likely going to be you eating that soup or the food that you prepared. And then, of course, Gibera would be the breaking down of that food. Chesed would be the rebuilding of those nutrients and vitamins into the stuff that your body can use. And then further up the tree, you're getting to some extremely basic fundamental principles. Make sense? Let me read this again. Stuff Dog says, this is why the Magus needs to sit in the center of creation symbolically, so you can command the host of light and dark. Eggs Blackley. Eggs Blackley. I don't know what these other folks are talking about out here in TikTok land and Facebook land, but this stuff is pretty straightforward and clean cut. It really is. Let me read this again because I didn't really do it the way I wanted. Let us now consider Netzach itself, both in its microcosmic and macrocosmic aspects, bearing constantly in mind that we are now in the sphere of illusion. All right, bear that in mind. Netzach is considered the sphere of illusion, and that what is about to be described in terms of form are appearances as represented by the intellect to itself and projected back into the astral light as thought forms. So what she's saying here is we will definitely acknowledge that what we're about to read about and visualize, this isn't how it actually is. I mean, this is a key right here of how to understand the astral plane. What you see in your dreams and the astral plane, it's not that. It's a symbolic reference. Now look what she said. She said that these are appearances represented by the intellect to itself. You're literally pulling from your own library of stuff that you know, and you're spitting it back out at yourself in a story. So if all you know is life out in the country, you're going to experience country things, right? But that doesn't mean that's what it is. That's just what your mind is representing so that you can understand the story. She says, appearances represented by the intellect to itself and projected back into the astral light as thought forms. So now these projections become thought forms. They become ensouled, so to speak. They gain a life because what they're actually representing, what they're touching on, is something beyond your comprehension. But that beyond comprehension uses these visuals and experiences to influence you, to communicate with you. This is a very important point and should be thoroughly understood in order to avoid falling into superstition. Bam. Bam. In order to avoid falling into superstition, please understand that the things that you're witnessing in your whatever, when you're doing your thing, it is a symbolic representation of what's actually happening. What's actually happening is beyond your comprehension. So your mind, your intellect, is pulling from the unconscious library that you have and providing yourself with symbols that you can understand. It's telling a story. Gotcha? Or you got me? Or whatever. Yamaika says bass boosted. I thought I turned that down. Well, like I said, if it's difficult to hear, let me know, because I don't know how it sounds to you guys. I'll turn it down a bit. To be honest, I kind of feel like changing the song. This one is called The Dream Gates of the Oniroi, whatever that means. There's no autofocus here. I like this one. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. This is a very important point and should be thoroughly understood in order to avoid falling into superstition. Everything that is perceived by the eyes of the intellect and the contemplations of faith, as the Etzeratic text so graphically puts it, has its metaphysical basis in Chokmah, the supernal Sephirah, at the head of the Pillar of Mercy. But with Netzach, a great change comes over our mode of apprehending the different types of existence assigned to each sphere. Hitherto, we have perceived by means of intuition. Our apprehensions have been formless, or at least represented by a highly abstract symbols. There are no more of these after Tiffareth, but we come to such concrete symbols as the rose, assigned to Venus, for Netzach, and the caduceus, assigned to Mercury, for Hod. Number 3. As has been seen, we conceive of the higher Sephiroth under the aspects of factors of manifestation and functions. We saw in our study of Tiffareth how the mediating intelligence, as the Sefer Yetzirah calls it, broke up the white light of the one life as in a prism, so that it becomes the refulgent splendor of many rayed hues in Netzach. Here we have not force, but forces, not life, but lives. Appropriately, therefore, the order of angels associated to Netzach are the Elohim, or gods. The one has been reduced to the many for the purposes of manifestation in form. So why is she talking about Tiffareth? Well, mainly because Tiffareth is the sphere just before Netzach. So while Tiffareth is the single beam of light consciousness that has been refined out of the abyss through Gibra and Chesed, once that white beam of light from the sun hits this next layer of existence, that one becomes separated into seven, becomes separated into several. So that's why she's talking about the collective unconscious. That's why she's talking about legions. That's why she's talking about instincts and nature, because instincts and nature don't operate solo. Nature operates as a collaborative system, and so do your instincts. It's a collaboration of history, of genetics. Same thing with intuition. Intuition is not a solo thing. Sometimes you pick up on things that are happening outside of you because of a connection to those things. She says that here we have not force, but forces, not life, but lives. Number 4. These rays are not represented as pure white light, by which we see everything in its true colors, but as many-hued, each one of which brings out and intensifies some specialized aspect of manifestation. Just as a ray of blue light will only show up those colors that are sympathetic to it, and will make its complementary colors look black. Every life or form of force manifesting in Netzach is a partial but specialized manifestation. Therefore, no being that has for its sphere of evolution the sphere of Netzach can ever have an all-around development, but must always be a creature of one idea, one single, simple, stereotyped function. Check that out. So that makes me think a lot of like how we talk about the concept of stem cells, right? A stem cell supposedly is a human cell that has the potential to become anything. Now, depending on how you activate it, it's going to have to choose to be one thing, and that's that. Also, like how you look at Pokemon, and you think about the Pokemon known as Eevee. How it starts out as this little cute brown fox-looking thing, but when it comes time to evolve, you have to choose a path. It can be a Volteon, a Flareon, a Vaporeon, and I'm sure there's like many more with these new Pokemon games. But the thing is, it no longer is a generalized. It has to choose one. So dealing with Netzach, we're dealing with potentiality here. But for all intents and purposes of actually working with it, you single out an aspect of it. So again, it's like that white ray of light that hits a prism and becomes 7 colors. You can only work with one at a time at the Netzach level. At the Tiffareth level, you can work with the whole thing. But the further down we go, the more individualized and specific it gets. Chief Bao Bue says, sounds like nutsack, lol. Clever. You're probably the first person to ever come to that conclusion. Number 5. It is the Netzach factor in ourselves that is the basis of our instincts, each of which in their unintellectualized essence gives rises to appropriate reflexes, just as an infant's lips will suck anything that is inserted between them. Number 6. The beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas. Not so much intelligences as the embodiment of ideas. So no off rip, when we think about angels, I know you're automatically going to think about people with wings, because that's literally been like deeply programmed into our collective unconscious. But I really like to throw these ideas out there to expand what you could be dealing with. And what she says right here in number 6 is the beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences, but the embodiments of ideas. Embodiments of ideas. Think about that. Embodiments of ideas. Concepts. I'm making a point out of that because this is the sphere also that is typically associated with art. And when you think about art, we're thinking about the embodiment of ideas. I was speaking with someone in a consultation earlier today about creativity. I mean, we've talked about this before, like how many of you have had like an idea for like a movie or a video game or a show, and not long after, it actually comes out, right? It's happened with me plenty of times. You'll have an idea for a movie or a video game, and all of a sudden it's out now. And the first thing we want to think is, oh, they're stealing our ideas. They're hacking into our brains, da-da-da-da-da. But in truth, that's not the case. These ideas don't belong to anybody. Nobody comes up with anything. The realm of creativity is literally within our grasp. When you expand wide enough, of course you're going to come across these ideas. Everyone does. The difference is, what individual has the capacity to actually follow through and make and ground that idea in objective reality. Even though I had the ideas about those video games, I couldn't produce those games. I have ideas even up to today that I see coming out. And it's not because I'm special, it's because I'm able to see the idea playing, just like many people are. You'll often see how like a certain sound will come through. Like in history, there will be like a certain genre of music that becomes really popular. And it isn't so much just somebody copying somebody else. Oftentimes these waves of creativity come through, and a lot of people who are sensitive touch that same wave and they replicate it in their own way. So that happens most obviously with music, but it also happens with art, with books, with movies and TV shows, and all kinds of fads that are popular. Nobody comes up with this stuff. We touch it and then we manifest it. I've read plenty of books about creativity and the superconscious mind and genius, and just about every genius that we have in history came up with their great idea, not when they were hard at work, but random times of relaxation. From Einstein to Tesla to all these different inventors, most of their ideas came to them when they were in the shower, when they were on the bathroom, when they were taking a walk, when they were just doing random stuff, relaxing. They expanded to the point where they touched the ideas and they had the means to bring them down into existence. So when she talks about these, what did she say? The Elohim, they're not so much intelligences, but the embodiment of ideas. This is what we're dealing with here. Framestar Film says Netzach driven by Chokmah. Yes. So the next time that you have an idea about a TV show and you see it actually come out on Netflix, don't get mad because it's not your idea, but also don't get happy either because it's not your idea. Just understand that you've had an experience with this plane of existence. You touched this realm of creativity. See, these ideas are always flowing downwards. They're always coming down to the physical plane. But like I said, it's about who actually has the means to carry them out. That's all. And what do they say? What do they say in the mundane world? They say, when you have a good idea, you want to go ahead and jump on it, because if you don't, it'll fly to somebody else. Well, again, that's what we're talking about here. Make a move on these ideas that are within your capacity. Because if you received it, that means to some degree you have the ability to manifest it. To some degree you have the ability to manifest it. I'm talking to my creators out here, my artists. And any idea. Even if you have an idea for a new fancy way to cook ramen noodles, try it. It might just be amazing. Seven, these Elohim, to give them their Hebrew name, are the formative influences whereby the creative force expresses itself in nature. Boom. Their true character is to be discerned in Chesed, where they are described by the Sefer Yetzirah as the holy powers. In Netzach, however, which represents the upper stratum of the reflecting ether, okay, I probably can't avoid that one. Netzach, stratum. In Netzach, however, which represents the upper stratum of the reflecting ether, they undergo a change. The image-making mind of man has begun to work upon them, molding the astral light into forms that shall represent them to his consciousness. So the imagination now starts to drift over into visualization, molding the astral light into forms that shall represent these concepts to his consciousness. That's why a lot of these deities and entities appear to different people in different ways, because your intellect, your mind, gives it form. That's why I appreciate those books about spirits that don't give you a picture of the spirit, because when that's the case, you're literally taking somebody else's astral form. And, you know, if it works, cool. But at least for me, I prefer to let my own unconscious mind pull up the symbol that it would find appropriate. It's not about how the spirit looks, but it is about how it looks to you. Mo B, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good night. Mo B says, hey fam, that's why I love your meditations. Yes ma'am. I try to leave some stuff open-ended for you specifically, because what comes up out of your unconscious mind is way more powerful to you specifically. Cosmic Flow says fifth dimensional light can take the form of anything. And that's because it has no inherent form. Form, as we know it, really starts to take place in Hod, when things are still liquid white egg yolk. Stuff Dog says that's what the Christians mean when they say they have a personal relationship with God. And I know it's part of our humanness to want to see a picture of these entities, but again, like you said about superstition, don't get lost there. None of these spirits look like any of the pictures that have been shown. Not one of them. Even though there are stereotypes, like a certain person might draw a certain deity the same kind of way, they're only drawing it that way because it's based on a earlier picture that they saw. And that's only drawn that way because it's based on an earlier picture that they saw. You know, Shiva wasn't always blue, right? Shiva and Vishnu were not always blue. Why are Shiva and Vishnu blue, but Brahma is not? Even with Shiva, in the Rig Veda, it literally says his skin was brown twice. It literally says his skin was brown 2 times, and the oldest book on the planet. But what happened is, you know, throughout one of the legends, he swallowed the poison of a certain dish so no one else would die, and that poison turned his throat blue. Over the years, that blue throat became blue skin. So none of these deities look like the pictures. It's not a blue man somewhere out in space. It's a concept. But if you get stuck on these pictures of human beings with a bunch of arms and stuff like that, you're falling. It's an easy way to fall into superstition. So please remember that. King Payman is not a dude with a crown riding on a camel. That's what somebody came up with in their astral mirror, right? I know that's hard for some people to understand. Like y'all Micah says, biblically accurate angels, right? Everyone, but also like what she said in the beginning of this chapter, is people have a limit in their understanding because they stop at the objective aspect. If they can't see it, taste it, touch it, hear it, smell it, it can't exist for them. They can't make it make sense. But what makes us different as students of the occult is we realize that the physical plane is only a fraction of reality. Hell, this ain't even reality. Anna Molly says, yeah, the pictures block my creativity. Right. I'd rather not have pictures, but when reaching a wider audience, you know, people aren't as refined as others who may have been more involved with this type of information. So they got to see a picture. They got to see something. They got to see a blue man with some leopard skin and a man bun sitting Indian style on a mountain somewhere with milk coming out of his head. They got to see that. Man bun. Alligator says, it's funny how you can command some grotesque looking spirits to transfigure it into a nicer form per se. That should show you right there that they don't even have a real form. Sankofa Sound, peace. Sankofa Sound says, pics are symbols. Exactly. Let's keep going. Jojo817 says, okay, even Legba don't look like his pictures. I mean, did he, you know, I could say a smart ass comment, but that's what somebody saw. Now keep in mind, there are correspondences that allow you to access sympathy with that entity, right? There's correspondences. That's why certain colors are shown in association. That's why certain objects are always shown in association. Ganesh is not an elephant out there in space. Are you looking for an elephant man out there somewhere? It's a symbol. It's a symbol that allows the unconscious mind to relate certain concepts. But Ganesh is not an elephant man out there somewhere. I know it's hard to grasp. Just like angels are not people with wings. Like all these images started in a specific era for specific people. Right? Remember the big, you know, the white Jesus. Oh, he don't really look like that. That's Cesar Borgia. That was a literal person that they started drawing pictures of and said, look, that's Jesus. Nobody painted a picture of Jesus because either no one was painting pictures back then, or he may not have been a real person. Because we got pictures and statues of everybody else, right?
Jesus.
So again, in Netzach, however, which represents the upper stratum of the reflecting ether, they undergo a change. The image-making mind of man has begun to work upon them, molding the astral light into forms that shall represent them to his consciousness. 8. It is very important that we should realize that these lower Sephiroth of the plane of illusion are densely populated by thought forms. That everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, however dimly, has a form built about it out of the astral light. And that the more the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, the more definite that form becomes. She's spilling the magical beans. Y'all better listen. Consequently, subsequent generations of seers, when they seek to discern the spiritual nature and innermost essence of any form of life, are met by these images, the creations of the created, and will be deceived thereby, mistaking them for the abstract essence itself, which is not to be found upon any plane that yields images to psychic vision, but only upon those that are discerned by pure intention. Look what she said. You're not going to find the truth on any plane that yields images to psychic vision. Are you listening? If you close your eyes and you see it in a vision, off rip, that means that's not the real thing. Off rip, that means that's not the original thing. If you go into meditation and you see a vision, instantly that means you're not looking at the real thing. I don't care how vivid, I don't care how sweet, I don't care what it said. You better go into that thing knowing that what you see is coming out of your own unconscious mind, and it's a representation of the abstract force, not the thing itself. I hope you're getting that. I really, really do. This is one of those things, like, if we were to look at like a filter, right? A filter where stuff comes down, and then like the useless is discarded, and then what's left comes down, and then the useless is discarded, and then what's left comes down, and how it keeps thinning out like that. Well, one of those barriers is people who believe that what they see in their psychic vision is the actual thing. Well, Trav, are you saying that my visions are lies? No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that what you perceive in your psychic vision, because for the simple fact that you're able to cognize it and put it into a form, means you're still in the illusion. Did you hear that? If you're able to see it in form, if you're able to hear it in voice, if you're able to feel the vibration of it, you're still dealing with an illusion. That's the creation of the created. What the truth is what the thing actually represents. That's what's real. What's real is not seen by your eyes. What's real is not heard by your ears, is not smelt by your nose, not tasted by the tongue, and not felt by your flesh. Because those very senses themselves are illusion. That's what's getting you stuck in the first place. So everyone who wants to see a demon pop out of the flames when they're doing their ritual, you already lost and confused. If you don't want the truth, go to one of these other channels where they're going to feed you with some bullshit. That sounds great. If that's what you need to get through the day, go on. But in here, I'm going to tell you how it is. Why? Because when you grasp how these things practically make sense, you're going to save years of confusion. Now, if you want years of confusion, go to that other channel where they talking about King Payment looks like this and Papa Legba looks like this, and if you don't call him king, then he's going to cut your toes off. Go do that. But what she said right here, let me read it again. The creations of the created, they'll be deceived thereby, mistaking them for abstract essence itself, which is not to be found upon any plane that yields images to psychic vision, but only upon those planes that are discerned by pure intention. Because pure intention is above your senses. Pure intention is a sense of knowing, not a sense of translating based off of stimulus. Your visions are still stimulus. I know somebody's feelings was hurt. Take it up with Dion. Cosmic flow. I'm not naming any names because I'm not here for that kind of stuff. But you know, they're not hard to find. Just go to another channel. Type in spiritual, type in anything. I guarantee you'll quickly find somebody on some bullshit. But what's important is what you're doing should have a result based on the intention that you set out to have. If you're not getting that, you might be doing magic, but it might not be under your control. You just out here doing random stuff. But I tell you one thing, focusing on these entities as if they are things within themselves is a certain way to be misled. It's a specific and certain way to be misled. Because look, the mind is a wild thing. The mind is a wild thing. As soon as you start believing that these entities are actual people out there in space, you're going to start assigning emotions and feelings. You're going to start interpreting them as you would interpret another person. It's just a natural process. So it's best to stay out of that trap as quickly as you can. See there, y'all done made a couple people leave my live stream. See, I had a good amount of followers. A couple people done left because of that. Verse number 8. I can't read that again. By the way, if you're still here and you didn't leave, didn't get your feelings hurt, go ahead and like the video. Because I see we have like 10 likes less than there are people here. So go ahead and hit that like button. Or else I'll read chapter 8 again. Y'all got these folks leaving my live stream because I'm telling the truth. But let's go back just one more time because I think it's really, really important. As funny as it is, it's really important to understand this. Number 8, she says, it is very important that we should realize these lower Sephiroth of the plane of illusion are densely populated by thought forms. Right? They're densely. There are more thought forms than there are people, y'all. Just grasp that by itself. There's more thought forms than there are people because people produce multiple thought forms. Now, granted, most of them are very similar because we only have a certain amount of needs and desires. The human is not very complex. But my desires, even though the fulfillment is similar, the manifestation will be different. So she said that the plane of illusion is densely populated by thought forms, that everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, everything that a human imagination has been able to conceive, and how long do human beings live? Right? So imagine a whole lifetime of you coming up with all these different desires and ideas and fantasies, some of them good, some of them absolutely despicable. Everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, however dimly, has a form built about it out of the astral light. This is why it's so important to be mindful of your thoughts. I don't think things that are not useful and appropriate to my life. I don't let my imagination wander onto things that are not going to serve me. Like, that's important. Do you spend your time thinking about stuff that has no useful or appropriate effect on you? Are you worried about some kind of tragedy or some kind of what if situation? Like, really pay attention to what you dwell on. Really pay attention. Look at what she says here about that. Everything which the human imagination has been able to conceive, however dimly, has a form built about it out of the astral light. And that the more the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, right? If you got bad luck, you probably have 90% of the responsibility for that. The more that the human imagination has dwelt upon it to idealize it, the more definite that form becomes. Consequently, subsequent generations of seers, when they seek to discern the spiritual nature and the innermost essence of any form of life, they are met by these images. So look, This is the game we're playing. As soon as you start to figure out how to do astral stuff and visual stuff, you're going to run into these thought forms. You're going to run into them instantly. And if you make the mistake of thinking that these are the real thing, if you make the mistake of thinking that they are what they represent, you can jump in that pond of foolishness and stay lost. The creations of the created, and he will be deceived thereby, mistaking them for the abstract essence itself, which is not to be found. It's not to be found upon any plane that yields images to psychic vision, but only upon those that are discerned by pure intention. Bam. The magical magician says light, says I get it. Light is astral thought, mind, photons, electrical signals. Don't take it too literally. Like what she said at the beginning of this chapter, a lot of people get stuck because they try to make sense out of this thing in physical terms. There's many layers past physical stuff. Like, don't reduce it just to physical terms. Like, take it past that. The world, the archetypal world, is not physical at all. Matter of fact, if you look at this tree of life as 10 layers of existence, the only thing physical is Malkuth. That's it. So even photons and electricity and light beams, all that is still Malkuth. You gotta expand even past that. Number 9, when his mentality was still primitive, man worshipped these images, by means of which he represented to himself the great natural forces so all important to his material well-being, thus establishing a link with them, by means of which a channel was developed whereby the forces they represented were poured into his soul, thus stimulating the corresponding factor in his own nature and thereby developing from it. Remember what I said earlier about how when we deal with these gods, it wasn't just to explain natural phenomena. It was a link to receive information and communication with things that are beyond our grasp. Oh, I get it. I see what you're saying, Yamaika. It's that coffee, man. So, thus stimulating the corresponding factor in his own nature, which means that it was already a part of you in the first place. But now you found something external to symbolize it. The operations of this worship, especially when it became highly organized and intellectualized, as in Greece and Egypt, built up exceedingly definite and potent images, and it is these that are generally understood as the gods. Generations of worship and adoration built a very strong image in the astral light, and when sacrifice is added to worship, the image is brought a step farther down the planes into manifestation and acquires a form in the dense ethers of Yesod. See how sacrifice helps with this manifestation process? And is a very potent magical object, capable of independent action. When ensouled by the concrete ideas generated in Hod. Low-key, she's telling you how to create your own thought form and to have it work automatically. It's not just about saying, oh, I'm going to create a spirit that's going to help me get rich. It's a little more to it than that. There's a little bit more things involved with it to make it actually come to life. Good stuff. Alligator says Jesus is one badass thought form. Absolutely, but check it out, he wasn't the first. One of the reasons I suspect that they chose the specific 72 for the Goetia is because those entities have had so much food, so to speak, that they are autonomous as well, right? Jesus ain't the only thought form that's out here doing his own thing. There's a lot of them. And because of our connected world today, we're actually creating thought forms at a much faster rate. We're creating more thought forms that are autonomous at a much faster rate. What makes right now so special is that we're creating a new level of entity. I mean, hell, how quickly could all of us literally get together and agree on a single intent and create a thought form and put it into action? If everyone is doing the work at the same time, that thing could come to life within a day and kick some ass. I'm just saying. But we're going to have to work our way up to that, because some of y'all still getting y'all information off of TikTok only. That girl said, I love TikTok. I get all of my world news. Poor thing. Okay, let's continue. Ten. We see then that every celestial being conceived by the mind of man has as its basis a natural force, elementals, but that upon the basis of this natural force is built up a symbolic image representative thereof, which is ensouled and rendered active by the force it represents. The image, then, is but a mode of representation indulged in by the human mind for its own convenience. But the force of the image, the force that the image represents and which ensouls it, is a very real thing indeed, and under certain circumstances can be exceedingly powerful. In other words, although the form under which the God is represented is pure imagination, the force associated with it is both real and active. So we talked about imagination versus visualization, right? Imagination, that's where you conceive of the form of these entities, whether it's gods, whether it's thought forms or whatever. Your imagination is what creates the form, but the force is actually pulled from a higher place. The force that makes it live, the force that makes it autonomous, the force that gives it its power, that didn't come from you, but you attracted it with that form. So you create a form in your mind, even if you got your personal form of Jesus or Shiva or whatever you want to work with, you got a form for it in your imagination. But depending on the level of correspondences, depending on how deeply you're able to connect with it and build a relationship with it, that's going to determine the quality of the force that comes into that form. This doesn't just work for thought forms. This is your relationship with God too. Because think about it. You don't know anything about God, but then your little kid and your parents and your grandparents and your school teachers tell you about God, right? And you don't know what God is. So you're looking for God. You just know that God is this person that does stuff. As you get older, you start seeing these paintings of a very old white man with a long beard sitting in a throne surrounded by little naked babies with wings. And then you start thinking, oh, that's what God is, right? So now you got a form for God, and all the stuff that you've heard about God, you can put it in that category, into that bucket, into that cabinet, right? Then you start learning about Jesus. Then you see that picture of Caesar Borgia. Oh, that's Jesus. And all the stuff that they talk about Jesus and what Jesus can do and how wonderful and magical Jesus is. But don't say it's magic, because that's evil. Just say that it's a miracle. It's holy. You're putting all that information into the image that you have of Jesus. But when the miracles work, that's not your imagination. You've created a form so that the actual force that these people are trying to describe has something to work through. You've built a glove that now that force can stick its hand into and operate, right? You're giving it the tools to operate within your own life. So don't knock these people, especially if they're getting results. But your degree of understanding, your degree of faith, that's what determines what's going on. Check. Check. So yeah, Sankofa Sound says like Hollywood. Exactly. See, most of the time, people don't have concepts. Like, concepts are given, like the general public. The general public is just out here doing like cows, walking around eating grass, getting milked. That's what the human race is. But when you want the collective unconscious to unlock something from its treasure chest of divinity, you provide the collective unconscious with an image, and you give them a story for their imagination to work on. Now the collective unconscious is talking about a certain thing. Now everyone's got an image for it. Everyone's heard the stories of it. Now when these things become active in their lives, they have something to work with. This is how you mold and manipulate the collective unconscious. This is how we've been doing it since time immemorial. One of the reasons why you can't really talk about occult stuff with the general public is because they don't have forms to put this in. See, they have to have some kind of stimulus to process these things. So when we're dealing with things that involve no stimulus, it's very difficult to grasp. That's why she said the upper triad. She said this in the beginning of chapter 21. The upper triad is beyond the grasp of human conception. In order for us to grasp any concept, we have to first have some kind of form. Remember when you first heard about crypto and Bitcoin? Ah, man, I don't want to hear about that nonsense. That's another scam. But then you started seeing a Bitcoin. Then you got into Ethereum. Then you started seeing Doggy Coin, all these other little coins. Now you got a form to put all that stuff in. Hell, you may have even felt spicy and tried it. You might have gotten some results. But you wouldn't have done that unless you had something to grasp. That goes for everything. From Wakanda Forever to try not to hurt no feelings here. Everything that people find themselves wrapped up in is something that was given to you. Every little movement, every little thing that you dedicated your life to, right? All these little labels you putting on yourself, and oh, I'm this and I'm that. Somebody gave that to you, and you didn't ask any questions. They gave you a label. They told you a story about it, and you say, oh, that's me. I fit in right there. That's what I'm all about. I'm this. I'm a that. You reduce yourself. But, hey, that's what you're here to do. Go out there and be the best. Be the best. All lives matter. I'm not trying to get canceled, y'all. Straight Panther. Peace, what up? Orn13 says, 13 Shalom. I've been working with Unicorn, Griffin, Phoenix all year. Any insights of mythical creatures and their significance in spiritual evolution? Oh yeah. This whole chapter we're reading. If you build it, they will come. No more base boosted for you, Yamaka. I found the solution. WVT says, I remember getting into Forex. In the beginning, people were like, nah, because I can't touch it, it's not real. Now they have ledgers. Exactly. If I can't touch it, it ain't real. Said like a typical human. But again, that's why a lot of these things, a lot of people who are first responders, they get the best results. And then the mainstream gets it after the fact, right? Notice how everybody's jumping on these little AI avatars now. Everybody's getting a little picture made with AI, right? Because I don't know who spilled the beans. I don't know who put it out. But now all of a sudden everybody's getting their profile picture with a little AI drawing. You know how long I've been doing that? What did Will Smith say that one time? Y'all haven't seen a real video of me in years. Everything's computer generated. That's how I go. That's how I go. All right, let's keep going.
Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. A wop babaloo bop, a wop bamboo.
He was just saying words.
Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. A wop babaloo bop, a wop bamboo.
Woo! A wop babaloo bop, a wop bamboo. He was freestyling on that, boy. Had the whole world saying wop babaloo bop, a wop bamboo. If that ain't magic, how the hell you gonna how the hell you gonna make the whole world say a wop babaloo bop, a wop bamboo? I'm gonna listen to that song when I get off of here. I gotta hear that with my own ears. Okay. Okay, so yeah. In other words, although the form under which the god is represented is pure imagination, the force associated with it is both real and active. Cosmic Flow says Little Richard's dad said his musical talent was the devil. Yeah, well, everything that don't fit in with the cult of Christianity is the devil. Especially if it leads you away from the cult. This fact is the key, not only to talismanic magic in its broadest sense, which includes all consecrated objects used in ceremonial and for meditation, but to many things in life that we cannot fail to observe, but for which we have no explanation. It explains a great many things in organized religion that are very real to the believer, but very baffling to the unbeliever, who can neither explain them nor explain them away. So, like she just said, this isn't just for talismans and talismanic magic. This is for all things in life. She says many things in life that we cannot fail to observe, but for which we have no explanation. We can't explain it, and we also cannot explain it away. We give it form with the imagination, but then there's a force that comes through and takes over. So, to outsiders, everybody's like, oh, I subscribe to Travis Magus' YouTube channel. Now I keep seeing unicorns everywhere. Now to some people, they're like, oh, you're just reaching. Oh, you're just trying to sound special. But what's actually happening here is you have received a form for your imagination that can be the host of a specific force. Wow, Trav talking about these spiders and this money. Well, shit, I'm trying to get some money. Let me draw a picture of a spider. Then all of a sudden you start having results. Right? It's not because spiders are magical. It's because you use your imagination to create a form, and that form attracts a specific force. This chapter's dropping too much. If you're not getting nothing out of this, I only got 2 words for you. A wop bop a loo bop, a wop bamboo. In Netzach, however, we have the most tenuous form of these things, and they are perceived far more by the contemplations of faith than by the eyes of the intellect. Check that out. Look at the distinction here. The contemplations of faith versus the eyes of the intellect. Have you seen things with the eyes of the intellect? Yeah, all the time. That's your default state. But have you seen things with contemplations of faith? Have you taken it to prayer? Have you sat down and gone into meditation and just allowed your unconscious mind to reveal the answer? Have you let the ancestors speak to you? Did you let the spirit speak to you and reveal the truth about a certain matter? Did you let your ego out the way so that you can actually get the truth? It's a difference here. It's a difference here. In the sphere of Had are performed all manner of magical operations in which the intellect itself is brought to bear upon these tenuous and fleeting images to give them form and permanency. But in the sphere of Netzach, such operations do not take place to any great degree. All God forms in Netzach are worshipped by means of the arts, not conceived by means of philosophies. Again, all God forms in Netzach are worshipped by means of the arts, not conceived of by means of philosophies. So when you're dealing with this sphere, with this layer of reality, fresh out of Tiffareth, you're using concepts. What did she call the archangels? What did she call the archangels? I might have passed it, but let me see. Yeah, I think I passed it. Well, dang, where is it? Well, basically, she said that they're not personalities, but they're concepts. Something of that nature. Maybe one of you guys can find it for me, because I do not remember where that was. I don't want to hurt nobody, but there's something that I must confess. I don't see nothing wrong. What the heck? There it is right here. Number 6. The beings of Netzach, the Elohim, are not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas, right? They're not so much intelligences as the embodiments of ideas. So with that being said, in the sphere of Netzach, such operations do not take place to any great degree. All God forms in Netzach are worshipped by means of the arts, not conceived by means of philosophies. So art is a form of communication dealing with pure concept. It's abstract. It's open to your personal interpretation. Not philosophy. Philosophy, that's dealing more with the Hermetic style. Nevertheless, for all practical purposes, it is impossible to separate the activities of Had and Netzach, which are a functional pair. Just as Gibra and Chesed make up the two aspects of metabolism, the catabolic and the anabolic. The functions of Netzach are implicit in Had because Netzach emanates Had, and the powers developed by evolution in the sphere of Netzach are the basis of the capacities of Had. Look, we wouldn't even have occult science if we didn't have an earlier form of atavism or animism, right? Just being out in nature, living with the patterns and experiencing reality fresh in nature. We wouldn't have the science if it weren't for centuries and decades and millennia of doing that first. Consequently, all magical operations of the sphere of Had work upon a basis of the tenuous life forms of Netzach. And because the human intellect works up from sphere to sphere, a good deal of the powers of Had have been carried over into Netzach by initiated souls going on ahead of evolution. The two spheres, therefore, are not clear-cut in their division and classification, but in each one a certain type of function very definitely predominates. So from now on, I want you guys to look at Had and Netzach as very close together, like two peas in a pod. Because they work together so closely. Ooh, it was 11:11. boy. 2 peas in a pod. 2 bugs in a rug. Snug as bugs in a rug. These 2 spheres, therefore, are not clear-cut in their division and classification, but in each one, a certain type of function very definitely predominates. I wonder if Dion Fortune... Maybe she knew. Maybe she was trying her best to avoid the jokes. Because I don't know. I kind of get the feeling that she might be fully aware of what that word sounds like. Who knows? 13. The contexts of Netzach are not made by means of conceiving its life philosophically, nor by means of ordinary image-making psychism, but by feeling with, as Algernon Blackwood has so graphically expressed it in his novels, into which so much of the sphere of Netzach enters. It is by means of dance and sound and color that the Netzach angels are contacted and evoked. The worshipper of a god in the sphere of Netzach enters into communion with the object of his adoration by means of the arts, and in proportion as he is an artist in some medium or other, and can therein represent his deity symbolically, will he be able to make the contact and draw the life into himself. All rites which have rhythm and movement and color in them are a working in the sphere of Netzach. All rituals that have rhythm, movement, and color, these are sphere. This is working in Netzach. This is you working in that sphere. And as Hod, the sphere of magical workings, draws its force from Netzach, it follows that any magical operation of the sphere of Hod must have a Netzach element in it if it is to be ensouled effectually. So you can't be doing no stiff ritual. You can't just be standing still, reading off the paper all dry. Right? Peace out, y'all, Micah. Have a good night. You can't just be reading off the page. Ata, Malkuth, Vigi Bura. Right? Have you guys ever had a grimoire where, like, it has all these different rituals for you to say? And you just, you know, oh, if I just read these magic words off the paper, then it's going to come to pass. There has to be an element of life to it. It's got to be spicy. It's, well, not necessarily spicy, but it's got to have some type of movement in it. Something. Because that's the Netzach element. That's the Orphic aspect of it. That's the living imagination instinct aspect of the thing. And in order to provide a basis of manifestation, etheric substance has to be provided by some form of sacrifice. One more time. And in order to provide a basis of manifestation, etheric substance has to be provided by some form of sacrifice, even if it only be the burning of incense. Even if it only be the burning of incense. So if you guys took my class, there was definitely a little, there was a portion about sacrifice and what that means. Sacrifice doesn't mean slicing up a cat or cutting up your hand, dropping blood everywhere. That's not what sacrifice means. It can be the drawing of blood, but that in itself is not what a sacrifice is. Sacrifice is an exchange, like what she just said. In order to provide a basis of manifestation, etheric substance has to be provided by some form of sacrifice, even if it only be the burning of incense. This question will be dealt with fully in studying the sphere of Yesod, to which it belongs. Sacrifice belongs to Yesod. Exchange, currency, water element. It is necessary to refer to it here because the significance of the rites of Netzach cannot be understood without a realization of the means whereby manifestation is effected, and the God brought near to his worshippers. Anna Molly says, so when I dress up and dance around my living room to music, it works. Makes sense to me. Absolutely. That's the easy way. 14. Let us now consider Netzach from the point of view of the microcosmic tree of life, that is to say, the subjective tree within the soul, wherein the Sephiroth are factors in consciousness. 15. The three supernals and the first pair of manifesting Sephiroth, Chesed and Gibra, represent the higher self, with Tiffareth as the point of contact with the lower self. Tiffareth being the point of contact between the lower self and the higher self. Again, like I said before, Tiffareth, the Christ element, what this represents is the middleman. That which is in the realm and the range of you, and also in the realm and the range of what is beyond you. Right? There's things that you can't get without this middleman. Say if you wanted to start a drop shipping business, you can't go to China and get your items and then fly back over here and sell your items. That would actually be inefficient. That's the most expensive and least effective way to do things. Instead, get your middleman, like say AliExpress or Alibaba, right? Get you somebody over there who can work with the production companies, put your little page together, right? Set up your materials, get a sample. Once you like the sample, sign off on it, they begin mass production. Now whenever you make a sale, you just go to your middleman and they ship it for you. Or you can get a whole batch created and ship that over here to some warehouse somewhere, and when an order is placed, you can just ship it out that warehouse. You didn't do anything but organize it. The middleman did the actual work. This is Tiffareth. So I'll read that part again. The three supernals and the first pair of manifesting Sephiroth, Chesed and Gibra, represent the higher self, with Tiffareth as the point of contact with the lower self. The four lower Sephiroth, Netzach, Had, Yesod, and Malkuth, represent the lower self, the personality, the unit of incarnation, with Tiffareth as the point of contact with the higher self, which is sometimes called the Holy Guardian Angel. Think about low magic and high magic. If you're ready for this information, you understand what I'm saying. If not, keep studying. It'll make sense eventually. But you gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. 16. From the point of view of the personality, Tiffareth represents the higher consciousness, aware of spiritual things. Netzach represents the instincts, and Had the intellect. Yesod represents the fifth element, ether. And Malkuth, the four elements, which are the subtle aspects of matter. All that the average human intellect can realize is the nature of dense matter. Malkuth and of the intellect. Had, both concrete aspects of existence. Okay, all that the average human intellect can realize is the nature of dense matter, Malkuth, and of the intellect, Had, both concrete aspects of existence. It has no appreciation of the forces which build the forms, as represented by Netzach, the sphere of instincts, and Yesod, the etheric double or subtle body. Consequently, we must make a careful study of Netzach because its nature and importance are so little understood. This is why artists and creative people seem a bit weird or different from everybody else. Because while everybody else is naturally leaning to the left-hand path, what do we call that? Left-brained, right? Most people are leaning to their Had aspect, being more logical in the sense that they base their reality off of their physical body and the intellect as far as making calculations on their objective reality. Everybody by default is leaning to that left side, left brain. Now artists seem a bit strange, odd, weird, because they have more of an element leading to the right brain. Don't we call the left brain analytical and the right brain creative? Well, look at what she said right here. These people who are leaning more to the right brain, and this is my observation, that's not what she actually said, 16, but my observation is, she said that the average human mind has no appreciation for the forces which build up the forms, represented by Netzach, the sphere of the instincts, and Yesod, the etheric double or subtle body. So artists and people like that, they see reality a little bit differently because they're leaning more towards the Netzach aspect of life, whereas the average person are leaning more to the objective reality. They call us dreamers, don't they? Consequently, we must make a careful study of Netzach because its nature and importance are so little understood.
Poison ivy.
Number 17. We shall comprehend the nature of Netzach in the microcosm best if we remember that it is the sphere of Venus, with all that implies. Translated from the symbolic language of the Qabalah into plain English, it means that we are concerned here with the function of polarity, which is a very great deal more than mere sex as popularly conceived. So it's not just sex, there's more to it. 18. It is important to note in this respect that Venus, or in her Greek form Aphrodite, is not a fertility goddess at all. What? Such as are Ceres and Persephone. She's the goddess of love. Remember that? Now, in the Greek concept of life, love embraced much more than the relationship between the sexes. It included the comradeship of fighting men and the relationship of teacher and pupil. Aww. The Greek hetaria, or woman whose profession is love, was something very different to our modern prostitute. The Greek kept the simple physical relation of the sexes for his lawful wife, who was secluded in the gynoecium, or harem, and was kept simply for breeding purposes in order that he might have lawful heirs. And she was a woman without education, though of good blood, and was not encouraged to render herself attractive or ply the arts of love. Still less was she encouraged to worship the goddess Aphrodite, who presided over the higher aspects of love. The deities of her adoration were expected to be the gods of hearth and home. Ceres, the Earth Mother, was the ruler of the mysteries of the Greek woman. 19. The Aphrodite cult was something very much more than a simple performance of an animal function. It was concerned with the subtle interaction of the life force between two factors, the curious flow and return, the stimulus and the reaction, which plays so important a part in the relations of the sexes, but extends far beyond the sphere of sex. Notice how it's more about life force, the flow and return between stimulus and reaction. The Greek hetaira was expected to be a woman of culture. There were, of course, all grades among them, from the lower, who approximated to the Japanese geisha, to the higher, who held salons after a manner of the famous French bluestockings, and were women of clean physical virtue, to whom no man would dare to make sensual advances. But because of the reverence in which the function of sex was held among the Greeks, it is probable that at no grade of society did the hetaira approximate to the degradation of the modern professional prostitute. So when you look at the Bible and a lot of these Christian scholars who talk about the temple prostitutes and these people who represented that function, we misunderstand that because we think about prostitutes of today. Not the same thing at all. Not the same thing at all. The society was different from our society. Today there's not really any special emphasis on sex. In our society, like, it's literally just an animal function. Like, that's it. In some of these older cultures, there was a different lens placed upon it. So we don't have that today. When we think of the word prostitute or anything close to that, we get this image. But what she's describing here is not exactly the same definition. 21. The function of the hetero was to minister to the intellect of her clients as well as their appetites. She was a hostess as well as a mistress. And to her resorted the philosophers and poets to receive inspiration and sharpen their wits. Look, she had to be on top of her game because the smartest men of the society came through and they were able to have a back and forth. It wasn't simply about coming in, sexing, and leaving. It was deeper than that. So it says she was a hostess as well as a mistress, and to her resorted the philosophers and poets to receive inspiration and to sharpen their wits. For it was well realized that there is no greater inspiration to an intellectual man than the society of a vital and cultured woman. Ain't that the truth? I'll read that again. There is no greater inspiration to an intellectual man than the society of a vital and cultured woman. Breezy. Peace. 22. I mean, geez, I'd have to admit, most of my memes on social media, I didn't go finding them. Most of my memes that I post on my story and whatnot comes from the society of vital and cultured women. It just happens so frequently that if I were to give credit each and every time, then the jig would be up. Thanks, Anna Molly, for my last post about rest and everything. (22) In the temples of Aphrodite, the art of love was sedulously cultivated, and the priestesses were trained from childhood in its skill. But this art was not simply that of provoking passion, but of adequately satisfying it on all levels of consciousness. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine how different our society would be if people understood that passion wasn't just satisfied on the physical, sexual level. What if people understood that what we feel as passion can be satisfied on different levels, not just at the beast level, but even at higher levels? Not simply by the gratification of the physical sensations of the body, but by the subtle etheric exchange of magnetism and intellectual and spiritual polarization. This lifted the cult of Aphrodite out of the sphere of simple sensuality and explains why the priestesses of the cult commanded respect and were by no means looked upon as common prostitutes, although they received all comers. They were engaged in they received all comers. Come on, Dion Fortune. They were engaged in ministering to certain of the subtler needs of the human soul by means of their skilled arts. So it wasn't just feeding the appetites of the flesh. We have brought to a higher pitch of development than was ever known to the Greeks the art of stimulating desire with film and review and syncopation. But we have no knowledge of the far more important art of meeting the needs of the human soul for etheric and mental interchange of magnetism. And it is for this reason that our sex life, both physiologically and socially, is so unstable and unsatisfactory. If people knew that we could be fed on multiple levels, not just the physical level, but she's talking about these women were here and served in a relationship to not just feed the physical, but also to feed on the etheric level, and also the astral level, and also the mental level, right? I would be there most nights out of the week, tell you the truth. You can't get a conversation like that these days, man. Shit. You try to find something like that today? You'll be lucky if they can feed one level. Let me stop. '23. We cannot understand sex aright unless we realize that it is one aspect of what the esotericist calls polarity, and that this is a principle that runs through the whole of creation and is in fact the basis of manifestation. It is represented on the tree by the two pillars of severity and mercy. The whole of the activity of force is comprised in the principle of polarity, just as the whole of the function of form is comprised in the principle of metabolism. 24. Polarity really means the flowing of force from a sphere of high pressure to a sphere of low pressure, high and low being always relative terms. Every sphere of energy needs to receive the stimulus of an influx of energy at a higher pressure, and to have an output into a sphere of lower pressure. The source of all energy is in the great unmanifest and makes its way down the levels, changing its form from one to the other, till it is finally earthed in Malkuth. In every individual life, in every form of activity, in every organized social group for whatever purpose, whether army or church or limited company, we see the exemplification of this flowing energy in circuit. The great point we need to realize is that in the microcosmic tree, there is a flow down and up, the positive and negative aspects of our own subjective levels of consciousness, whereby the spirit inspires mind, and mind directs the emotions, and the emotions form the etheric double, and the etheric double molds the physical vehicle, which is the earth of the circuit. This is a fact that is generally realized, and its implications are easily seen as soon as attention is drawn to them. She wrote a book about it. It's called The Circuit of Force. If you're really interested, you should check that out. I have used many of the techniques and philosophies in that book in working with other people of the opposite gender. I think my life was really changed when I realized that relationships with women do not have to be sexual. You know, there's a lot of grown men who don't know that. Sometimes the relationship is an etheric exchange. Sometimes it's an astral exchange. Sometimes it's a mental exchange. Keep that in mind. Alright, let's keep going. Number 25. But a point we do not so readily realize is that there is a flow and return between each body, or level of consciousness, and its corresponding aspect in the macrocosm, just as there is an intake and output on the level of Malkuth, whereby food and water are received into the body as nutriment and rejected as excretia, which is the food of the vegetable kingdom under the polite name of manure. Check that out. Everything is so connected with these different planes, and I want you to really think about this now. We eat food and it's nutriment to us. What our body rejects as waste is food of the vegetable kingdom, y'all. So think about the kingdoms that are above us. Think about these angels or the plane that is directly above the human plane. Or maybe don't think about that. That is a long sentence. I was going to go back from the top. Jeez Louise. But a point we do not so readily realize is that there is a flow and return between each body or level of consciousness, and its corresponding aspect in the macrocosm, just as there is an intake and output on the level of Malkuth, whereby food and water are received into the body as nutriment and rejected as excretia, which is the food of the vegetable kingdom under the polite name of manure, so is there an intake and output between the etheric double and the astral light, and between the astral body and the mind side of nature, and so on up the planes, with the subtler factors represented by the 6 higher Sephiroth. So from the physical body to the etheric body, from the etheric body to the astral body, from the astral body to the mental body, from the mental body to the causal body, etc. The essence of the magical Qabalah, which is the practical application of the Tree of Life, is to develop these magnetic circuits of the different levels and so strengthen and reinforce the soul. What's the essence of the magical Qabalah? She said the essence of the magical Qabalah is to develop these magnetic circuits of different levels and so strengthen and reinforce the soul. That's what I teach in all my classes. How to develop and reinforce these circuits of force between the physical body to the etheric body. That was the inner light activation system. From the etheric body to the astral body. Right? That's the spirit summoning class. From the astral body to the mental body, so on and so forth. You are composed of all these layers. But the thing is, you're not aware of, you're not conscious of the relationship between these bodies. So yeah, your astral body and mental body, it's doing its thing. But you don't really have any control over it. You're simply on the receiving end. Remember she talks about how you eat food and what is rejected is food for the lower plane? You're simply on the lower plane. That's it. But when you start to become aware of how to work with those higher planes, now you can start to feed yourself with higher quality nutrient. Orn 13 says, question, do you know about the 8th realm? You're going to have to clarify what you're talking about there. Because I have no idea what you mean by that. You'll have to clarify that question. So, just as the physical body is nourished by eating and drinking, and kept healthy by adequate excretion, which might be called the operations of the sphere of Malkuth, so is the soul of man energized by the operations of the sphere of Tiffareth, which is also called the sphere of the Redeemer, who brings health to the soul. Lord Jesus. Food to my soul. Right? We know how initiation develops the powers of the higher psychism and enables the human understanding to apprehend spiritual truths. Again, we know how initiation develops the powers of the higher psychism and enables the human understanding to apprehend spiritual truths. What we do not realize is that for the full gamut of human development, we need also to develop our powers to contact natural energy in its essential form, as represented by the sphere of Netzach. We are accustomed to take the line that the spiritual and the natural are mutually antagonistic, and that we must rob Peter to pay Paul, and to conclude that if the spiritual is the highest good, the natural must necessarily be the lowest evil, right? That's how we automatically think. We automatically think that the spiritual is the opposite of the physical. Not exactly so. Because again, just like she said earlier, if we assume that Chokmah is good and also masculine, then that means that, well, Binah must be evil, and so is the female evil. That's where we have this whole thing about Eve, and everyone blames Eve for the Garden of Eden falling, and how the feminine principle has been called negative and associated with evil. All that comes from living in a good versus evil paradigm, which has been very inefficient for the human race for a long time. But when you look at useful and appropriate, you start to understand there are situations when certain things are useful and appropriate, and there's other situations where those same things are useless and inappropriate. So to conclude that the spiritual is good and that the material is evil, that's not necessarily the case, because there are times where the material plane is very good. We do not realize that matter is crystallized spirit, and spirit is volatilized matter. She said that matter is crystallized spirit, and spirit is volatilized matter. Literally the same thing, just in a different state. A chiggity check. So we do not realize that matter is crystallized spirit and spirit is volatilized matter. Spirit is volatilized matter, and that there is no difference of substance between them, any more than there is difference between water and ice. But both are different states of the one thing, as the alchemists call it. This is the great secret of alchemy, which forms the philosophic basis of the secret doctrine of transmutation. Woo! If you ain't get it, that's on you. But literally all questions you have about spirituality and how this works and what's that mean, I'm telling you, all of it can be answered in this book. Every time I crack this book open, I understand it at a different level. But, you know, you got to be ready for that. You got to be ready for truth. Like, truth can literally be in your face, but if you're not ready to receive it, it's not truth anymore. It's an opinion, right? Useful and appropriate. So, number 26. But the transmutation of metals is of little, save academic importance, compared to the transmutation of energy within the soul. So again, we're talking about these alchemists, right? As usual, people get stuck on the physical. They try to use the physical and objective reality as their foundation to describe these spiritual concepts. But like what she said in the beginning of chapter 21, the physical and the objective, that's not the foundation. That's not the foundation. That's an after effect. The foundation of reality is not physical. Even modern science is saying that now. They said we zoomed in so deep that all we see is vibration and then we see nothing. Consciousness is the foundation of reality, not matter. So what that means is, the deeper you go, you're going to have to leave matter behind in your understanding. So all these people who talk about alchemy and alchemists, you're stuck on the physical stuff because you're thinking, oh, we got to turn literal lead into gold. How to turn this actual metal or this actual chemical into another chemical. Sure, that can be a part of it, but that's not the spiritual aspect of it. It's not the metaphysical aspect of it. Metaphysical means beyond physical, so it can't be no lead into gold. What she's saying here is, the transmutation of metals is of little save academic importance compared to the transmutation of energy within the soul. That's what it's about. Transmuting force into another force, not form into another form. Because when you transmute force into another force, the form follows. It follows. It is this that the initiates deal with by means of the technique of the tree of life. And as consciousness transmutes up and down the central pillar of mildness, or equilibrium, so does energy transmute up and down the pillar of mercy, of which Netzach is the base, and form transmutes up and down the pillar of severity, which is Hod. The intellect is the base. 27. In Chokmah, then, we get the tremendous drive of life, which is the great male potency of the universe. The tremendous drive of life. That's the great male potency of the universe. And in Chesed, we get the organization of forces into interacting wholes. In Netzach, we get a sphere wherein evolution, ascending from Malkuth as organized force, ensouling vivified form, is able to contact essential force once more. Netzach, the sphere of Noga, which is the Hebrew name for Venus, Aphrodite, is therefore an exceedingly important sphere from the point of view of the practical work of occultism. It is because most people who go in for occultism work up the central pillar only, which is the pillar of consciousness, and pay no attention to the side pillars, which are the pillars of function, that such negligible results are obtained from initiation. The blind are leading the blind, and the average would-be initiator in modern occult fraternities, who is usually more of a mystic than an occultist, does not realize that, check this out, he has got to initiate subconsciousness as well as consciousness, and illuminate the instincts as well as the reason. Trev, why do you do your guided meditations like that? Trev, why do you always do this when you're teaching this, that, and the third? Well, short answer, because you've got to initiate the subconscious as well as the conscious. Why do I spend so much time looking at studying metaphors and studying NLP and studying all this other stuff? It's not enough to initiate your conscious mind. What's the point? You change your conscious mind every day. That's no magic to change your conscious mind. The unconscious, the subconscious must be changed as well. The subconscious must be educated. The subconscious must come into a realm of understanding. It's not just what you grasp with your thinking mind. Oh, well, I think this and I figured this out. That's not deep enough. When we say deep, it needs to hit them subconscious levels. That's deep. You have to completely redefine what you understand symbolically. Not just no surface level stuff. Anybody can sit up here and parrot some surface level stuff they heard on another video, right? Oh, did you know that we about to do this and this is about to happen and on December 22nd, da 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 da? No, ain't nothing happening on no 22nd. Nothing happening next year. Nothing happening in 5 years. It don't work like that. It doesn't work like that. So any little TikTok video you see talking about such and such about to happen, stop. That's just entertainment. All the major events and things like that that happen, they have gradually been led up to. Everything. That's how it works. Cosmic Flow said we going into 5D, right? Anytime you see any, that's the bullshit I'm talking about. We're about to step into the 5th dimension. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? How are you going to step into the 5th dimension when stepping is done in the 3rd dimension only, right? It's entertainment, y'all. Like, you got to be able to see through it. You got to have discernment. If not, you're going to be swimming in that puddle of foolishness that I mentioned earlier. Like what Cosmic Flow also said, don't be stuck on melanin neither. Gonna reincarnate your ass back to square one on Malkuth. Right, because even that melanin is physical. Most of these people, it doesn't penetrate because they get stuck on objective reality. They get stuck on what they can sense with their 5 senses. What we're talking about goes way beyond the 5 senses. Melanin don't go past no 5 senses. If whatever you talk about don't go past the 5 senses, you didn't go deep enough. The demiurge is not a serpent in the sky somewhere trying to eat you. If you can be eaten, you ain't gone deep enough. If you still worry about boogeymen, you ain't gone deep enough. Because like to be afraid of certain boogeymen or this spirit's gonna do this or that to me, you're still dealing with the physical plane, right? What is anything going to do to you if you're past the body? What are you scared of? Think about your belief in spirituality and think about what it is that you're actually scared of. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to type in the chat because I know you're fearless and you're all this other great stuff. But think about those things that you're scared of. Think about those things that you try to avoid, you try to protect yourself from. Think about what you're actually protecting. Just think about it. Because a lot of times we don't want to experience pain. We don't want to experience physical pain. Well, we're dealing with stuff that's metaphysical. How can a spirit hurt you? How can a spirit hurt you? Nikki Reed says, all truths are but half-truths. Melanin has a cosmic and a spiritual form. Okay, so if we're talking about this cosmic and spiritual form, then, I mean, it's something else. It's not melanin anymore. It's something else. We're talking about something that's metaphysical. Something that's beyond physical. Physical stuff is limited to the physical plane, and that's it. Past the physical plane, it doesn't hold water anymore. Okay, so we are on... Where are we at? Yeah, we're on 28. I'll be right back. Quick break. I need to refill my coffee. Oh, battery's doing surprisingly well. I think we'll make it. Cosmic Flow says caffeine is the devil. Well, I got 2 words for you, brother. I got 2 melanated words for you, brother. A wop bop a loo bop, a wop bamboo. How about that? I got 2 black words for you. Darkness. Should've never gave you niggas money. Just for that, I'm gonna hit him with the dark magic. I'm gonna hit him with the dark magic. Just for that. You see that dark magic? Darkness! Extra melanated coffee. You see that? Yeah, you see that? You see it? It's about to get real black up in here. And I ain't gonna put no creamer in it neither. Straight black. Like that, straight black. And what? Wop babaloo bop. Oh, wop bamboo. And we're back. So yeah, even if we go back just a little bit more and we take a look at what Dion Fortune said back here in verse 10, and she talked about let me read it again, because I think this is actually really good, especially especially concerning melanin and what was done here. So she says right here in chapter 10, we see then that every celestial being conceived of by the mind of man has as its basis a natural force, but that upon the basis of this natural force is built up a symbolic image representative thereof, which is ensouled and rendered active by the force it represents. The image then is but a mode of representation indulged by the human mind for its own convenience, But the force that the image represents and which ensouls it is a very real thing indeed, and under circumstances can be exceedingly powerful. Melanin. In other words, although the form under which the god is represented is pure imagination, the force associated with it is both real and active. Look back at verse number 10 and study that. Bobby Hemmett himself said that melanin is nothing more than your subconscious mind. In other words, what he was referring to was a symbol. It was a symbol of this. Okay, so remember what I said about Christ. Christ represents that middleman, having access to that which our mind does not have access to. So here we are, regular as human, but we got these big hopes and dreams, and we want to do something amazing, but we don't know how. So we come into contact with that middleman, we build an image, and we allow the force to fill it up. And because we utilize that middleman, we now have the power to do more than we would have been able to do on our own. That's exactly what Bobby Hemmett was doing with melanin. When he spoke of melanin, because he said it out his own lips, melanin is none other than your subconscious mind. We're using that symbol of melanin. It's not an actual thing. Yes, there's scientific melanin. Yeah, we know that. But what he was using that as was a symbol for people to harness something and to utilize it. To let this great unknown factor be an imaginative force that can be filled with real power. So what I'm saying is, melanin is a god that people created. Yes, there's physical melanin. We don't have to say that. What I'm talking about here is the melanin that we talk about in the spiritual community. It's a symbol. It's a symbol. It's a symbol that represents unlimited force, just like Christ or any other deity that we choose. The difference with melanin is that it's this all-powerful God that has no limitations. When you talk about what melanin can do, oh, the sky's the limit. You can make planets move. You can change the days of the week. You can do whatever the hell you want to do, because this is such an open-ended force. This is how these miracles happen. But in truth, this is the secret of how magic works. Get yourself a symbol and connect it up with some power. Take that symbol and plug it into some juice. Watch what I say.
Tutti frutti, oh Rudy.
Society Eject says, now the melanin community gonna be talking about this. I ain't gonna be the first time people done watched my channel and ran with some shit. Jojo says 1111 is one hell of a middleman. Exactly. Cosmic Flow says Edward Bynum said everyone has melanin in their brain and internal organs, like the brain and the gut, including white people. Well, that's been scientifically proven. Nikki Reed says, but not everybody has access to it, melanin. And if that's the case, you have to touch on DNA. Exactly right. And like I said, we can't stop at the physical. This is where, and this is exactly what I mean when she said that most people, the limit that they have to going deep is physical. Like it goes past physical, because DNA is physical too. DNA is physical. We got to go past the physical to understand metaphysics. Like literally the word metaphysical means beyond physical. So if we're dealing with spiritual stuff, you literally have to go past anything physical whatsoever. And that includes DNA, because DNA is physical. It exists within the blood and within the flesh. So in the very same way that all human beings have a common ancestor, all human beings have access to this power. Now, I know this from experience, not just from trying to sound fair. My students come in all shapes and flavors, and I make sure they get results. Okay, let's continue. I believe we were on 26. All right, let's go. My dark magic coffee is finished. My melanin is about to be supercharged. I now have the ability to shoot lightning bolts from my fingertips. Check. All right, enough. Let's continue. But the transmutation, yeah, I already said that. 27. In Chokmah, then, we get the tremendous drive of life, which is the great male potency of the universe. Oh, yeah, I already said that. 28. One more time, though. He's got to initiate the subconsciousness as well as consciousness to illuminate the instincts as well as the reason. So not just the surface level, you also got to get deep behind not only what these words mean, but also behind your motive for why you believe what you believe. See, the spiritual stuff, it shouldn't just please your ego and your conscious mind. It should also get down to the subconscious, and it should make you analyze and question your own motives. Why am I doing this? Why do I think this way? Why do I believe this way? Why do I behave this way? What factors in my life are steering me in the direction that I'm in? Why do I want to do a love spell? Why do I want to do a money spell? What are my beliefs about money? What are my beliefs about love? What are my beliefs about other people, right? That's when you're really working with magic, because this is where change happens, in the subconscious mind, not in the conscious mind. Because what I have found is that people really only gravitate to what they already believe. We only really want to see what we already agree with. Most people don't want to spend time looking at things that they disagree with. But when you start looking deeper and ask yourself, why do I even think this way? Why do I even believe this way? Now you're getting to real change, because most of the things that we believe, we didn't choose that. I'll dare I say, all the things that we believe, we didn't choose that. It was placed upon us. When we were young and impressionable and didn't have any opinions about anything, we were given beliefs and opinions, and we never went back to fix that. So everything that we believe and experience today is based on subconscious influences. And until we address those subconscious influences, we're only looking to confirm what we already believe and feel. All right, 28. We have considered Netzach from the objective and the subjective points of view. It now remains to study the symbolism assigned to the Sephirah in the light of the knowledge we have already obtained. All right. 29. We shall observe at once that the symbolism contains two distinct ideas, the idea of power and the idea of beauty. And we are reminded of the love that existed between Venus and Mars, according to the old myth. Now, these myths are not fabulous, save in the historical sense, but they represent truths of spirit. And when we find the same idea recurring in different pantheons, when we find Hebrew Kabbalist and a Greek poet whose mentalities were far removed from each other as the poles, presenting the same concept in different forms, we must conclude that it is not accidental, but will repay careful scrutiny. 30. Let us depart from our usual method of analyzing the symbols in the given order, and classify them according to the two types into which they fall. She's about to mix it up for us. 31. The Hebrew title of the seventh Sephirah is Netzach, meaning victory. Its additional title is firmness, which carries out the same idea of masterful and victorious energy. The god name is Jehovah Sabaoth, meaning Lord of Hosts, or God of Armies. The order of angels assigned to Netzach are the Elohim, or gods, the rulers of nature. Elementals. 32. The four tarot cards assigned to the Sephirah all contain the idea of battle, even if in a negative form. It is curious to note, however, that it is only the Seven of Wands which has a good or positive significance. The other three sevens are all cards of ill fortune. Illmatic. The reasons for this becomes clear, however, when we understand that the symbolism as a whole, so we will put it aside for the moment and reconsider it later. 33. Let us now turn to the consideration of the other set of symbolic images. The mundane chakra of Netzach is the planet Venus, and the magical image is, appropriately enough, a beautiful naked woman. The spiritual experience assigned to this sphere is the vision of beauty triumphant. The virtue is unselfishness, that is to say, the capacity to polarize from the negative pole. I've never heard of unselfishness described that way, except the last time I read this line. The virtue is unselfishness, that is to say, the capacity to polarize from the negative pole. The vices are the obvious ones of love abused, unchastity, and lust. 34. The correspondence in the microcosm is with the loins. The loins, the hips, and the legs. These, it will be noted, form the setting of the generative organs, but not the generative organs themselves, and bear out the idea previously shadowed forth that the goddess of love and the fertility goddess are not one and the same thing. So Venus is the god of love, but not the goddess of sex. Easy mistake to make. Mistake nonetheless. Dark magic. Shazam! 35. The symbols assigned to Netzach are the lamp, the girdle, and the rose. The girdle and the rose are self-explanatory, for they are traditionally associated with Venus. The lamp, however, requires more explanation, for the classical associations afford us no clue on this point. We must turn to alchemy. 36. The four elements are associated with the four lower Sephirah, and of these, the element of fire is associated with Netzach. The lamp is the magical weapon used in operations of the element of fire, hence the association with Netzach. The element of fire is associated with the fiery energy at the heart of nature, and connects up with the Mars aspect of the Venus Sephirah. We see then from a study of the foregoing symbolism that the Mars or victory symbolism is associated with the macrocosm, and the Venus or love symbolism with the microcosm or the subjective aspect. This gives us the key to a very important psychological truth, well understood by the ancients, but which had to await the work of Freud for its interpretation in modern language. This may be best expressed by saying that elemental energy, or the fundamental dynamism of an individual, is very closely connected with the sex life of that individual. 38. This is a very important fact in our psychic life, well understood by psychologists, though but little appreciated by mystics and psychics, who generally incline to an idealism which seeks to escape from matter and its problems. Sounds like a lot of spiritual people I see online. But to escape like this is to leave unconquered fortresses in our rear. I don't think any of us want a fortress in our rear. Well, I guess I can speak for myself. And the wiser way, the only way that can produce wholeness of life and a balanced temperament, is to give due place to Netzach, which balances the intellectuality of Had and the materiality of Malkuth, remembering always that the tree consists of the two pillars of polarity and the path of equilibrium between them. 39. The true secret of natural goodness lies in the recognition of the contending rights of the pairs of opposites. The true secret of natural goodness lies in the recognition of the contending rights of the pairs of opposites. There is no such antimony as between good and evil, but only the balance between two extremes, each of which is evil when carried to excess, both of which give rise to evil if insufficient for equipoise. Look, this is a high-level truth. Ain't no good and evil. Not absolute good and absolute evil. That doesn't make sense. Balance, harmony, that's what is good. Evil is imbalance, disharmony. It's relative. It's relative because what's evil to one is definitely not evil to another. What's good to one is absolutely not good to another. So it's about balance and harmony, because the thing that we call good is definitely evil when placed in another time or space. And the thing we call evil can definitely be good in another time or space. We've been through this example many times. Should be self-explanatory by now. But I'll read it again. The true secret of natural goodness lies in the recognition of the contending rights of the pairs of opposites. So you take two opposites, and she said contending rights, which means that they both have a right to exist. They both have a right to exist. Even down to, like, say, parasites, right? The little worms that exist in your gut. Those aren't evil. They deserve to live just like everything deserves to live. They have consciousness, which means that the same thing as you, just in a different form. Now, I'm not saying open up your guts for parasites to just live all up in you. I'm not saying that, duh. We don't jump to conclusions here either. But what I'm saying is nothing is created as an evil thing. Otherwise, why would it exist? That don't make any sense. All things have a place, somewhere, somehow. You might not understand it, but that don't make it evil. Right? We don't want to be like these Christian folks who assume that things that don't fit in with their paradigm are evil. It's not how the world works. But what she did say is the contending rights of pairs of opposites. Contending rights means that they both are contending for the right to exist. The roaches, they're contending for a right to exist. That's why when you spray and you call for pest control, they keep coming back. Because they have that same resilience as you do. The same way that you're going to overcome all your obstacles, so is every other life form. But the thing is about balance, harmony. Roaches don't need to exist in my house, but that don't mean they don't need to exist. They can exist somewhere else. They can exist in somebody else's house. May my enemies have all the roaches that would be mine. I give you this gift. Peace, your nation under God. Your nation under God says, TK, I just got here. What are you reading? This is a book called The Mystical Qabalah. The Mystical Qabalah. Probably one of the greatest occult texts that I have ever read in my life. Hence why this is like the 5th time I'm reading it. 2nd or 3rd time reading it on live stream. And I'm gonna keep doing it. So yeah, the true secret of natural goodness lies in the recognition of the contending rights of the pairs of opposites. There is no such antinomy as between good and evil. That's elementary school stuff. But only the balance between two extremes, each of which is evil when carried to excess, both of which give rise to evil if insufficient for equipoise. Unbridled license leads to degradation, but unbalanced idealism leads to psychopathology. Balance is always the answer, not one over the other, because when you have one over the other, I promise you, one will find a way to fuck things up, especially when it comes to human beings. But now at 144 Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house, they was in white robes. Rackham Willie. All right, let's continue. Number 40. There are 3 types of persons who pass within the veil: the mystic, the psychic, and the occultist. Let's examine these differences, right? The mystic aspires to union with God and achieves his end by putting aside all that is not God in his life. The psychic is a receiver of subtle vibrations, but not a transmitter. Do you guys know any psychics? I know psychics. I don't think we really know any mystics because they usually live out in some other place, not in America. It's hard to be a mystic in this country and be able to pay your rent. But she said the mystic aspires to union with God and achieves that by putting aside all that is not God. So they just cast life away. They live in the mountains somewhere, or they live off in an ashram somewhere. They seclude themselves from humanity and focus only on their spiritual ascension. That's the mystic. The psychic is a receiver of subtle vibrations. Oh, they see it, they got the visions, they hear it, they feel it, but they're not a transmitter. The occultist must needs be to some extent at least a receiver, but his primary aim is to be able to control and direct in the invisible kingdoms in the same way that the man of science has learned to control and direct in the kingdom of nature. Did y'all catch that? Verse number 40. Crucial info. Being an occultist is not just reading spooky books. It's not just posting pictures of demons on your little account. It's not even knowing keywords. It's the ability to not only receive, but primarily to transmit. The picture of the Magus card. The picture of the Magus occult tarot card. Number 1. What's he doing? He's standing there in front of that table, one hand up so as to receive the influence of the higher planes, and one hand down so as to transmit the influence of the higher planes. That's an occultist. Nothing to do with your social media. Everything to do about what you're actually doing out here in the real world. I don't have my other deck on me, but I got my unicorn deck. See that? Come on, camera, focus. One horn up, one horn down. In any case, it isn't about shunning the world away, and it isn't about just receiving. It's about being able to transmit as well. That's everything that this card represents. And just like what Society Eject says, his primary aim is to be able to control and direct the invisible kingdom. That's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing here. We're not here to cuss at Christians. Well, I mean, I don't know what you're here for. You can do what the hell you want to do. We're not here to post pictures of Baphomet all day. Talk about Baphomet. Look, man, I'm getting closer and closer to hurting more and more people's feelings. Try to keep this thing neutral. You can post Baphomet all day, but are you actually affecting your reality? Or are you a spiritual fan? And that's it. It's okay to be a fan of stuff. But if that's all you are, then be that. Don't call yourself something else. Baphomet. Alright, let's keep going. So, she said, the occultist must needs to be, to some extent, at least a receiver, but his primary aim is to be able to control and direct the invisible kingdoms in the same way that the man of science, has learned to control and direct his kingdom of nature. Look, I'm trying to be like them scientists up there at the Large Hadron Collider, right? I'm trying to play with big toys. I'm trying to smash atoms and change reality at the extreme level, right? She said that you're supposed to be able to do this the same way that a man of science is able to control and direct the kingdom of nature. Look, you know what these men of science are doing? They've created artificial wombs that they can grow a baby in a plastic bag filled with a chemical soup. They can take a fetus and grow it into a fully grown adult in a bag of slosh, vitamins and minerals, right? That's what a man of science can do. I'm trying to be like that with the occult. Check. Now, I'm not doing that posting pictures of Baphomet all day, but I'm definitely doing that reading books like this and then putting them into practice and recording my results and improving myself. Now, I don't know what you're doing, but that's what I'm doing. See, these men of science are out here manipulating the weather, right? Spraying chemtrails up and down the sky all day, every day. Causing hurricanes and tornadoes and shit, right? That's what you're supposed to be doing with this occult work. Not wearing a pentagram t-shirt and that's it. Not changing your name to some language that you don't even understand. Alright. 41. In order to achieve this end, he must work in harmony with the invisible forces in the same way that the scientist masters nature by understanding her. You must work in harmony with the invisible forces in the same way that the scientist masters nature by understanding her. What does the scientist do all day? They study the natural laws. They study that. They don't make shit up. Well, some of them do. But what I'm saying is they study, and they're able to deduce based on what they've observed. That's why this is occult science. It's not occult do what you want. It's not occult just do what sounds good. You should be thinking of a scientist. They study for years, right? So that they can catch up what the people before them have already put together. And then they test things to get the results, And when they come to a point where what they have studied starts to produce something that they can actually put out and people can also test it themselves and get results, that's when it's science. You should be able to do the same thing with the occult. You should be able to study books like this, go out into the real world, test it out, see what makes sense, see what's not true, test it, try your own theory, get results, try it again, get results, and then be able to put forth a thesis. Not just, let me just say what sounds good because somebody on TikTok said it. Lo and behold.
What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Whoa. Huh. Good God.
Your Nation Under God says, Travis, what is your Cash App? My Cash App is LVX777. I would paste it in the chat here, but all my phones are occupied right now. I try to keep it simple. Thank you for your consideration. Cosmic Flow says, Trav really sound like Eddie Murphy. Come on now. First it's Jermaine Dupri, now it's Eddie Murphy. I think 1980s Eddie Murphy was pretty damn funny, to be honest. Hollow Vegeta. Peace, bro. Welcome, welcome. Alright, where we at with it? So yeah, in order to achieve this end, he must work in harmony with the invisible forces in the same way that the scientist masters nature by understanding her. Of these invisible forces, some are spiritual, descending from Kether. Some are elemental, working up from Malkuth. The Kether forces of the macrocosm are picked up by the Tiffareth center in the microcosm. To use the Kabbalistic terminology, the elemental forces are picked up by the Yesod center. But, and this is the important point, they are directed and controlled by the manner in which the equilibrium is maintained between Netzach and Hod. Whoa. So there we have the importance of Netzach and Hod. The spiritual forces are coming downstream from Kether, and we access spirit through the Tiffareth function. This is why Christians place such emphasis on Christ, because it's through Christ that they get access to God. So we access Kether and these pure spiritual forces from our Christ consciousness, however you want to define that. Likewise, the elemental forces are coming upwards from Malkuth. We actually access those elemental forces through our Yesod aspect, through our etheric aspect. That's what makes the etheric plane so important, because in this realm of imagination and visualization, this is how we actually work with the elementals. Yes, the elementals are present in your physical reality, but you don't work with them strictly by physical interaction. There has to be a level of conscious visualization along with it. If I just take a stick and bring it in the house, that's not me working with the earth element. That's me bringing a stick into the house or a rock into the house. But when you start to employ symbolic visualization with it, that begins to attract the essence of that elemental. Likewise, working with that higher self aspect of ourselves, that's how we work with that pure spirit. So imagine what happens when you're able to connect those two together. Your Nation Under God, thank you for your donation. I appreciate you. This chapter alone has so many gems in it. Good gracious, so many gems in it. Oh yeah, so what she said here is now this is the important point. They are directed and controlled by the manner in which the equilibrium is maintained between Netzach and Hod. The manner in which you maintain a balance between left brain, right brain, between the analytical process and the creative process, right? The more that you can maintain that balance between the art and the science, that's your level of control over the up and down forces. Ata, Malkuth, Vigi Bara, Vigi Juala. That's the cross right there. The cross is that spiritual, pure spirit essence, the elemental essence, your art, and your science. Bring it all together. Bring it all together. Stray Panther, peace, bro. Thanks for riding with us. I hope you have sweet dreams, and good luck tomorrow. 42. Netzach in the microcosm represents the instinctive, emotional side of our nature, and Hod represents the intellect. Netzach is the artist in us, and Hod is the scientist. According as our moods shift between restraint and dynamism, will be the polarity of Hod and Netzach in the microcosm, which is the soul. Restraint and dynamism. Whenever you're doing your work, whenever you're doing anything, think about what causes you to employ restraint or what causes you to employ dynamism. What type of things make you go all out? What type of things make you be very reserved? Right? Think about the last time you did a magical working or a ritual or anything. And what do they say when you go to church, right? They say don't try to be cute when you're praising the Lord. Throw your hands up, scream, dance, spin around in circles, do the thing that people do. The more the more dynamic you are, that's tapping more into the Netzach side of things. That's why they say you're supposed to praise and worship and don't worry about who's looking, right? What do they call it? Crazy praise. Y'all know them Christian phrases. Give them some crazy praise. But what you're actually doing is you're tapping into the Netzach aspect. Thank you, Society Ejects. I don't know where the hell they be coming from. Yoink. Give them some crazy praise. It's a wild praise. It's a specific phrase they use for that. I can't remember it. I don't think it's crazy praise. I think it's something else, some other kind of praise. Y'all remember, y'all used to go to church. But that also taps, before Christianity was here, that taps into Bhakti yoga. We learned about the 8 branches of yoga. Bhakti yoga would be that pure expression, right? Just going all out. Falling all over the floor, ripping your shirt off, screaming at the top of your lungs, just pure. Straight up. And remember, you used to go to church and you sit real still and be all quiet and reserved, and the older folks would be like, y'all was out there Saturday night giving it all up in them clubs, but you come in here and act like y'all can't do nothing. Y'all act like y'all come in here and all of a sudden you sitting still like a vegetable. But just last night, you give all your crazy praise, all your Netzach element at the club, but then you come to church and now you strictly Hod. I love it. Nikki Reed says, Trav, give us an example of incorporating the imagination when working with the elementals. Respectful. So when working with the elementals, so just like I made a video recently on imagination versus visualization. One of the key things that you want to do is, at the same time that you are employing your physical activity, whether that is working with fire or actually having water to consecrate, or a crystal or some type of physical object for earth, whatever, at the same time of being physical with it, you also want to employ your imagination. See the spirit. Visualize something symbolic associated right along with the activity. Pretty much, it's as if you were closing your eyes and imagining and daydreaming such and such was happening, but you're doing it with your eyes open. Visualize this cup of coffee as a living thing, filled with spiritual essence. And even as you drink it, see that essence going into your etheric body. See it filling you up. And what this is doing is connecting certain patterns and symbols in the unconscious mind. Because what moves the unconscious mind into activity are symbols. So on one hand, it is doing it on the physical plane, but you want to employ the higher planes as well. The easiest way to employ the higher planes is to also employ your imagination along with it. Like what she said a little bit earlier, it's not enough to just do the dry movement. It's not enough just to read and recite the spell off the paper. You want to see the words flying off the page. You want to see it happening as you're doing it. You want to employ as much as your creative faculty as possible, because this sets a very solid picture in the subconscious mind. Just like with NLP, when they talk about speaking about your plans or your dreams, you want to employ and engage all the five senses. You don't want to just say, oh, I want to make $1,000 next week. You want to make that concrete in all five senses. What does $1,000 look like to you, smell like, taste like, feel like, right? You don't want just $1,000. There's something specific you want to buy. So you would visualize what that thing feels like. You would visualize what it smells like, how you would feel when you have it, and what you're doing with it. The more details that you're putting into the picture, you're giving that astral substance that she talked about more to work with. So likewise, when you're working with these elementals, it's more than just the physical thing that you're seeing. Also employ your imagination in any way possible. But not just a loose daydream. Remember, it has to be connected with what you're doing in the moment. And really, you want to get into the habit of doing that as frequently as possible. Even like just right now. They say that one of the best ways to learn is that as you're reading the words on the page, also hear it, also see it. Basically trying to employ as many of your faculties as possible. But yeah, long story short, you would actually visualize to your best ability the force that you're working with, ensouling the form of the object that you choose. So if it is a crystal or a twig or plant or something like that, visualize that elemental spirit there on the plant. Visualize yourself talking to it. Visualize it talking back to you, etc. So I hope that helps. Ooh, the intellect alone, however powerful, does not confer powers. Let's get to that right here. 42. So, Netzach in the microcosm represents the instinctive emotional side of our nature, as Hod represents the intellect. Netzach is the artist in us, and Hod is the scientist. According as our moods shift between restraint and dynamism, will be the polarity of Hod and Netzach, and the microcosm, which is the soul. If there is no Netzach influence to introduce a dynamic element, the overpreponderance of Hod will lead to all theory and no practice in occult matters. Oh, we know a lot of them, don't we? All theory and no practice. You can usually spot them whenever you type something and they pop up, well, technically, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, you're reciting something from a book and not from your actual experience. Of course you disagree. No one can handle magic in whom the sphere of Netzach is not in function. No one can handle magic in whom the sphere of Netzach is not in function, for the skepticism of Hod will kill all magical images before their birth. That's why. That's why being an armchair occultist is ineffective, right? Y'all been in them Facebook groups where you'll post something and then these people will come out of the woodworks trying to correct you on what you did based off of something they read in a book that they haven't tried themselves. You seen them. Those are the worst. Technically, it's King Payman, not Payman. You must address him as King, otherwise he will not obey your commands. Are you speaking from experience, or is that something that you read? Because if that's your experience, that sucks. Don't project that onto me. If that's your limited imagination, you can keep all of that. You can keep all of that. But like she said, the reason for that is because, like she said, the skepticism of Hod will kill all magical images before their birth. Right? You can tell when these people are just armchair occultists because they're literally just reciting what they read and intellectualizing it. So even if they tried to do some magic, they're going to talk themselves out of it. Even if something does happen, they're going to try to explain it away. Don't let these people kill your dreams or your passion. Don't let them talk you out of your rituals. Trust your experience before you trust what somebody else is telling you. Because look, it's a scary world out here on the internet. A lot of these people out here don't know what the hell they talking about. I'm for real. They can sit up here confident too, repeating something that somebody else said, but don't know the ass from a hole in the ground. Trust your instincts. I'm telling you, watch what I say. Get off that TikTok, man. That TikTok is the devil. Scott Russell says, I knew Liver King was full of it. Boy, the internet is hell, especially if you don't know how to navigate. These folks will tell you anything, and not even just for money. They'll tell you anything because they believe it. Whew. It's crucial to get your education. That's one thing my father always told me. Get your education, get your lesson. Even if you hear something cool and exciting on the internet, go back and research it yourself. Go verify it. Go cross-reference it. If you see a little TikTok symbol bounce around on a video, that should be your sign number one to be very skeptical. If it's got a little TikTok symbol bouncing around on it, oh no, pure entertainment. Now, if it sounds good, I might go research it further, but off rip, that's secondhand, third-hand information. Off rip. Hey, I'm just letting you giving you a heads up. You determine your own experience at the beginning of the day, but just keep in mind. All right, where we at? One more time. If there's no Netzach element influence to introduce a dynamic element, the overpreponderance of Hod will lead to all theory and no practice in occult matters. No one can handle magic in whom the sphere of Netzach is not functioning, for the skepticism of Hod will kill all magical images before their birth. Like all things in nature, Hod, unfertilized by its opposing polarity, is sterile. Sterile without Netzach. There must be something of the artist in every occultist who wants to do practical work. The intellect alone, however powerful, does not confer powers. It ain't about how much you read or how much you can repeat. That's not it. It is through the Netzach in our own nature that the elemental forces obtain access to consciousness, like I said in that short video about elementals. The elementals, their power is unlimited, but they have no will of their own. Through their relationship with the Magus is how elementals evolve. It is through the Netzach in our own nature that the elemental forces obtain access to consciousness. Without Netzach, they remain in the subconscious sphere of Yesod, working blindly. It is taught in the mysteries that each level of manifestation has its own ethic or standard of right and wrong, and that we must not confuse the planes by expecting from one the standard of another, which is not applicable thereon. In the realm of mind, the ethic is truth, right? When you're dealing with the mental plane, the law is truth. At the mental plane, lie is evil, truth is good. On the astral plane, which is the sphere of the emotions and instincts, the ethic is beauty. On the astral plane, good is beauty, ugly is evil, right? And isn't beauty subjective, right? There's some things that I would see that are beautiful that might be repulsive to you. But the beautiful thing about these higher planes is it's not surface level. Because how I see it is not how you're going to see it. Which means that if you see what I see, it's going to look differently to me, but we're looking at the same thing. So, in the realm of mind, the ethic is truth. On the astral plane, which is the sphere of emotions, instincts, the ethic is beauty. We must learn to understand the righteousness of beauty as well as the beauty of righteousness if we want to bring all the provinces of the inner kingdom into obedience to the central power of unified consciousness. 43. In entering upon the region of the four lower Sephiroth, we are coming into the sphere of the human mind. Subjectively considered, they constitute the personality and its powers. It is the aim of occult initiation to develop these powers and, if taken from the higher standpoint, as it always should be if it is not to degenerate into black magic, to unite them with Tiffareth, which is the focusing point of the higher self, or the individuality. In discussing Netzach, therefore, we have definitely passed within the portal of the mysteries and are treading upon the sacred ground reserved for initiates. Photon 8. Peace. Ugh. 44. I am no advocate of a secrecy which is simply priestcraft, but there are certain practical secrets of the mysteries which it is inadvisable to cry aloud lest they be abused. There's I remember those early Facebook days, first talking about astral projection, and I swear it's like the majority of people wanted to use astral projection to go out and try to have astral sex and to stalk their exes. You mean to tell me nobody wants to study or get any advanced knowledge? We want to keep doing earthly shit? Some of y'all remember that fiasco. She says, there are certain practical secrets of the mysteries which it is inadvisable to cry aloud lest they be abused. There is also the inveterate tendency of human nature to apply its own definitions to familiar terms and to refuse to recognize them apart from their familiar associations. Look, there are words and concepts that you currently have definitions for that are not correct. Let's just be mature and adult and accept that. There's words and concepts that I have definitions for that are not correct. And you know what? I'm open to modifying those definitions. If I find something to correct me, I am 100% open to being corrected. Can you say the same thing? Can you say the same thing? Jeez Louise. Scott Russell says, man, I remember that. Right? Society Eject says, LOL, why if you can do that on Malkuth? You know. Hollow Vegeta says, I think it's funny you expected more. Well, you know. In my early days, I was a whole lot more hopeful for the potential of the general public. The only way I would have learned my lesson is through experience. Scott Russell said that's basically what they do on VR with their avatars. Cosmic Flow says stalking your ex and trying to have actual sex with him, creepier than a mug. You know, and I'm not going to say that I'm innocent, but I can definitely say I have evolved past those days. Humans. So yeah, there is also the inveterate tendency of human nature to apply its own definitions to familiar terms and to refuse to recognize them apart from their familiar associations. If I lift a corner of the veil of the temple and excuse me, and reveal the fact that sex is simply a special instance of the universal principle of polarity, the immediate assumption is that polarity and sex are synonymous terms. If I say that although sex is a part of polarity, there's a great deal of polarity that has nothing to do with sex, my explanation is ignored. Perhaps I shall be understood better if I substitute the terminology of physics for that of the more appropriate psychology, and say that life will only flow in circuit. Insulate it, and it becomes inert. It's got to be a circuit. Ay, ay, ay. Hollow Vegeta says, I still foolishly hold out hope for sheep. Well, you know, like she said, balance. You don't want to grow completely cold. That's for sure. But like I said, I understand human nature, so I do have hope, but I'm also not finna hurt myself holding that hope, right? Cosmic Flow says, Travis, no. Look, I earned the right to talk shit about these types of practices and behaviors because I've done them, right? All the bullshit that I talk about, I've done it already. That's why I can talk shit, right? Looking on TikTok and believing everything that you see. I was a young knucklehead one time, back in the early days of YouTube. So y'all didn't get the early days of YouTube. Them good conspiracies when they first came out back in like 2006, 2007, 2008. That's when we had them good conspiracies. This bullshit they got out now, nah. But back then, the reptilians was on point. They made you believe that stuff. They had compelling evidence. Compelling, right? Yeah, pictures of Bill Clinton and eyes turning and the skin turning green. Like they had compelling evidence back then. I watched that stuff and believed it right away. Oh snap! Did y'all know that the president's a reptilian? I'm going all over the place telling everybody I can. I've been there already. I've done all that shit before. I had somebody tell me some hot, cool stuff. Yeah, man, the Galactic Federation, man, they coming. They gonna rescue us. Everybody black is gonna transform into a black superhero, and we gonna do this, and that, and the third. I believed it all. But then I studied myself and saw where all of this stuff was coming from. Most of these people are just repeating something that they heard repeated from something that somebody else got. So when I talk shit, I earn the right to do so. All these people that were doing astral projection to stalk their ex and have astral sex, I was there too. Oh, Vincent O. Cristol said Nibiru. I remember them early Nibiru days. Not this new 2020 rehash of Nibiru. Back then, I was out looking in the sky every day. Every day I was looking for that black planet. Where's it at? It's coming. It's coming. Yeah. Old YouTube was different. So y'all don't know. But the point is, I talk shit not from a high horse. I talk shit from a horse that is very tired because it has jumped over all the hurdles. Lance Benefield says Dr. York back then. Hollow Vegeta said tried to tell hood niggas about Harp in 95. What? No, that's way too early. That's way too early. Heck no. Oh no. Rayshawn Justice says facts. Early YouTube was the shit. Matthew Watson says same here, Travis. The succubus wave was big back then too. Yep. I remember my first experience learning about that succubus. Had me terrified. I thought that if I masturbated, the world was going to explode. I had a 1-year nofap. Not because I was trying to experience ascension or whatever the hell y'all doing. I did it because I was scared for my life. I legit thought I was going to die if I touched myself. Based on that succubus stuff. Yeah. I done did it all. So when I talk shit about these folks, these young knuckleheads, it's because I was one. Whew. Don't be believing everything you see, man. Do your research. Let's keep going. Let us take the human personality as an electrical machine. It must be connected up with the powerhouse, which is God, the source of all life, or there will be no motive power. But equally, it must be earthed, or the power will not flow. Every human being must be earthed to the earth, both literally and metaphorically. The idealist tries to induce a complete insulation of all earth contacts in order that the inflowing power may not be wasted. He fails to realize that the earth is one great magnet. And look at that, we've reached the end. And if you haven't been through early YouTube, at least you've been through one of the many end of the world scares, right? Raise your hand if you've been through Y2K. Remember in Y2K, they said all the computers gonna crash and every country's gonna blow up. Because the computers are gonna crash, missiles are gonna suddenly just start firing off across the world, and bank accounts gonna crash, and terrorists are gonna take over. Remember that? 2012, right? Then we had another one. Apparently the world was gonna end in 2006, I think. Then it was gonna end in 2010. Then it was gonna end in Y2K. And then 2012. Yeah, 2012. Then that was the big one. Everything was supposed to go down in 2012. You can't forget that. Everybody here went through 2012, right? So after a couple of those, you start thinking, maybe I shouldn't just believe the world is going to end because somebody on the internet said it was going to end. But they're still doing it. If you look, I think pretty much at this point, everyone, there's going to be a December 21st end of the world every year now. Apparently the world's going to end tomorrow, right? 1999, 2012, yeah, and it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. As long as there are human beings, there's going to be things like that. Cosmic Flow says it's going to be a food shortage conspiracy. I have my closet stocked up with food, ending up donating it. Right. Every time. Every time. Food shortage. Like, you got to understand, it's too much money involved for these folks to let any of that happen, right? They might spook you with a little gas, raising the gas price, or they might spook you with something like that. But come on now. Hall of Vegeta says Y2K was when I first began to see the pattern. That was my introduction to. That was when I first. That was my first introduction to it. All right. Moby says, yeah, I was working night shift at the hospital. All the commanders were there and nothing happened. Right. Jojo says, I'm crashing out, Trav. All right, peace. Have a good night. All right, so let's wrap it up so that we can all crash out, because I've got a video to make for tomorrow. I had a video ready, but I accidentally lost it, so I've got to redo it. No biggie. I got all night. 45. Tradition declares that from of old that the key to the mysteries was written upon the emerald tablets of Hermes, whereon were inscribed the words, as above, so below. Apply the principles of physics to psychology, and the riddle will be read. He that has ears to hear, let him hear. Right? As above, so below. She's talking about not just physics, but psychology too. Think about the psychological aspect of as above, so below. As above, so below. As within, so without. Right? 46. Finally, we come to the consideration of the significance of the tarot cards associated with Netzach. These are the 4 sevens of the tarot pack. All right, y'all. We're reaching the end. Hang in there with me. We got maybe another, 20 minutes or so. Almost done. Thank you for trucking along with me so far. I appreciate you. I mean, hell, got the same number of people from earlier, so I mean, everybody must really be serious about this. I'm grateful for that because I remember the days when my live streams would have 5 people on it. And I appreciated you then. I appreciate you now. It could be 3 people and I would still be doing this. But I just want to say, I have gratitude for your presence. Thank you. Thank you. Mental Bites says, this is my first book study. I truly enjoyed this. Awesome. Awesome. Welcome. Hope you learned something. Back in the booth says, keep going. Awesome. All right, let's keep going. So, 47. As we are now coming within the sphere of influence of the Earth plane, it may be as well to explain what these lesser cards of the tarot pack represent in divination. They symbolize the different modes of function of the different Sephirotic forces in the 4 worlds of the Kabbalists. The suit of wands corresponds to the spiritual level, cups to the mental level, swords to the astral plane, and pentacles to the physical plane. If you didn't know that, now you know it. If you didn't know that before, now you know it. Wands and the tarot cards, wands correspond to the spiritual level. Cups correspond to the mental level. Swords correspond to the astral level. And pentacles correspond to the physical level. Got it? How many people already knew that? Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, neighbor. A wop babaloo bop a lop bamboo. Consequently, if the 7 of Pentacles turns up in a divination, it means that the influence of Netzach is playing a part on the physical level. This is how you do tarot. You look at the number deals with the Sephiroth. You look at the suit deals with what plane of existence it's on. So like she just said, if you're seeing a 7 of Pentacles, you're dealing with Netzach influence on the physical plane. Look at how easy tarot just got. Look at how easy tarot just got. There's an old proverb, lucky in love, unlucky at cards, which is but another way of saying that the person who is attractive to the opposite sex is usually in perpetual hot water. How many of us know that to be true? Venus is a disturbing influence in worldly affairs. Look, Venus, the influence of Netzach on the physical plane, is disturbing. It's tumultuous, right? She distracts from the serious business of life. As soon as her influence comes through to Malkuth, she must hand over the scepter to Ceres and leave well alone. Even though she's the goddess of love, people are going to interpret her as the goddess of sex because humans are humans. She came down as the goddess of love, and all we see is sex. The same way that those angels came down to Lot in the Bible, and they were telling him, hey, you need to get up out of here because God's about to send down fire and brimstone. You know what I'm talking about, player. He's like, wait, God, don't send fire and brimstone. And God's like, all right, if you can find 50 people who are good, I'll spare your city. He's like, all right. He goes out there, can't find nobody. God's like, all right, well, if you find like 10 people, I'll spare your city. He couldn't find 10 people. And God's like, well, we're getting close to the deadline. If you can find one other person besides you and your family, we won't send fire and brimstone. Not only could he not find anybody, but them 2 angels came down and they were like, look, man, we got to go. Then people heard the angel showed up and was trying to beat down his door because they all wanted to run a train on them angels. Humans. This is in the Bible. Give us those angels. We heard about them angels you got. Let me pull on your angels for a while. I heard about them angels you got. God said, see, this is why I'm blowing up your city. This is why fire and brimstone. So, the goddess of love is gonna be misconstrued by these basic ass folks. Marwa Fakir, peace to you. So I'll read that again. Venus is a disturbing influence in worldly affairs, not because she's disturbing, but because humans are disturbed. She distracts from the serious business of life. As soon as her influence comes through to Malkuth, she must hand over her scepter to Ceres and leave well alone. It is children, not love, that keep the home together. Aww. The Kabbalistic name of the Seven of Pentacles is success unfulfilled. And we have only to look at the lives of Cleopatra, Guinevere, Iseult, Heloise, to realize that Venus upon the physical plane has for her motto, all for love and the world well lost. The Suit of Swords, right? Seven of Swords. This is Netzach on the astral plane. So let's see how the Venus influence on the astral plane works. The Suit of Swords is assigned to the astral plane. The secret title of the Seven of Swords is unstable effort. How well does this express the action of Venus in the sphere of emotions with its short-lived intensity? Emotions and its short-lived intensity. Yet so many people making life decisions based on their emotions and their feelings. Short-lived intensity, right? Making major body modification based on your feelings today. Woo, that's a dangerous game. Dangerous game. Do you know how easy it is to change your feelings? Do you know how easy it is for your feelings to be influenced by an outside party? And you want to make a major life decision based on your feelings? Whew. Based on a TikTok video? Based on some group that's telling you their philosophy that you have no background on where it comes from? They got you out here marching in the street, screaming, putting your life in danger for what? A temporary feeling. Now you might link it up to something deeper, but it's misplaced because you went up under somebody else's movement. Hey. I got 2 words for him. Can anybody guess what them 2 words are? So the Seven of Swords represents unstable effort. That's the influence of Netzach in the astral plane. 49. The secret title of the Seven of Cups is illusory success. Illusory success. It's an illusion. This card represents the working of Venus in the sphere of the mind, the mental plane, where her influence is by no means conducive to clear-sightedness. We believe what we want to believe when we are under the influence of Venus. Upon this plane, her motto might as well be, love is blind. You starting to see how to read tarot now? You starting to see why I said before that the best way to understand this stuff is by understanding Qabalah, tarot, and astrology. They all mesh together. And the more you know about one, you automatically know about the other and the other. And the more you know about the others, the more it adds to the other. This is why this is a complete system, because you learning something in one branch actually adds to the other branches. That's why I love Qabalah so much. There's not too many other systems where you can say that. Vincent L. Cristol says emotional decisions will get one life in jail or an early coffin. Yeah. Or worse, having to live with the results of your decisions. Whew. Don't do it. Don't do it. Think about it. Think about why. Think about why. Consider why you might feel the way you do before you make a life-changing decision like that. Where did that decision come from? What is the influence? If the influence is unsolved trauma, maybe you'll be better off healing that trauma than doing something permanent to damage or to change yourself in your life, right? Because see, the trauma can be healed, but making a life-changing decision, I saw a girl who got a tattoo on her stuff, right? It's a big butterfly wings. And there was like a Instagram reel of this them doing like the laser tattoo removal. I mean, why get that tattoo and then why get it removed? That's expensive. Not just in money, but in pain, right? Now there's going to be a scar left behind. I mean, all of that came from emotional decision making. Emotional decision making to get the tattoo in the first place. Emotional decision making to get it removed in the second place. All that could have been avoided if she just dealt with the trauma that would have caused her to get that tattoo in her hoo-ha. All right, let's finish up. 50. Only in the sphere of the spirit does Venus come into her own, right? So now we're going to see that the Seven of Cups, the Seven of Wands, that's where she's going to be most auspicious. Only in the spirit of spirit does Venus come into her own. Here, her card, the Seven of Wands, is called Valor, which well describes the dynamic and vitalizing influences she exerts when her spiritual significance is understood and employed. 51. Very interestingly, do the 4 tarot cards assigned to Netzach reveal the nature of the Venusian influence as it comes down the planes. They teach us a very important lesson, for they show how essentially unstable this force is unless it is rooted in spiritual principle. The lower forms of love are the emotions and essentially unreliable, but the higher love is dynamic and energizing. So it's not that love is evil, it's not that being emotional is evil, it's not that beauty is evil, but unless these things are rooted and grounded in spirit, then they will definitely be abused. They will definitely manifest some type of difficulty, simply because that force of Venus is unstable unless it's rooted and grounded in a spiritual principle. I'm telling you. All right. We did it. We did it. That was chapters 21 and chapter 22. And it only took us 4.5 hours. Excuse me, 4 hours and 40 minutes. Well, it didn't feel as long as Tiffareth. Tiffareth felt like it was 5 or 6 hours. But anyways, we have completed the text. I hope you guys enjoyed. I always enjoy this because, number one, I get to learn and brush over again information that I studied, and I get to give extra feedback, and you guys get to give feedback, and this is a great show. Some of us are sleepy. Some of us have other work to do. Either way, enjoy the rest of your evening. It has been a pleasure. A lot of fun. Thank y'all for sticking around. Unicorns on deck. Literally, unicorns on deck. Okay, camera. Camera doesn't like my dad jokes. My dad jokes. Alright. So, we are tuning out. Tuning out. Again, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. And I guess we will close. Yes, y'all. You don't stop. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.